This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
Seriously? Checkmate! Aim Chess is an intelligent system that analyzes your game, prevents mistakes, and develops recommendations for improving your skill. Phew!
Okay, so let's send a challenge.
Here is challenging. Nice graphics, easy to see. Oh, what are you thinking about? You're looking how it can be the most painful?
Exactly. Okay, fine.
That I give up a phone. He wants to be even rude.
Hello and welcome to round 5 of Norway chess. As we edge towards the halfway point, well, we have some incredible matchups in store. And that means only one thing, it's going to be fighting chess on the board today. I'm Jovanka Houska and it's a great pleasure to be here in the studio following all the action alongside Jan Gustafsson.
Thank you, thank you. Battle of the leaders today. Vachier versus Magnus. What do we think?
Yeah, this one's a tough one. Both men are in great shape, and I think that it's probably going to be a draw.
That's the most likely outcome. Anand with the white pieces. It does feel likely. Magnus Carlsen has a better lifetime score. They played 2 World Championship matches against each other. But Vachier beat him 8 times. Can't be many people that won 8 tournament games against Magnus.
Yeah, and recently in the Blitz tournament, Vachier Anand beat Magnus with the white pieces. So we might see a repeat of that. Somehow I suspect that Magnus will play in a little bit more solid fashion. And what other lineups are you excited about? For instance, Magnus against Wesley So?
Yeah, those are the players in 3rd and 4th place. Magnus with the white pieces. Always dangerous, but Wesley's looking so stable, so well prepared that a draw once again has to be the favorite.
I kind of agree with you, Jan. And what about Maxime Vachier-Lagrave against Vasilij Topalov?
That one I don't know. They're both incredibly sharp tacticians. Sometimes have weaknesses in the opening, or I'm not sure that's true for Vasilij, but I'm just assuming since he's hasn't been so active. He's not as booked up as he used to be. So I think a lot depends if some game gets going or if it's just long Berlin and a draw. Curious.
Okay, I'm going to go for a decisive result. MVL for the win, just because I can't have 3 draws in a row. And Ariane Tari against Wang Hao.
I don't know, I always want to say draw. Ariane with white, he's been solid here. He's lost 1 game, made 3 draws, the rating outsider. Wang Hao looked shaky in the last game, but now there's been a rest day. But yeah, Ariane with white, I'll say draw.
Yeah, I'm also going to agree with you. I think it's going to be a draw as well. Wang Hao yesterday on the free day was seen smiling, especially when it came to the mega chess set. I mean, he looked like he was in good form again. So I also agree. Anish Giri against Rajabov.
I'll say 1-0. My boy Anish, he's due for a victory. I don't think he's ever beaten Rajabov in a classical game. Bunch of draws. But in Anish we trust.
Okay, I'm going to disagree with you. I'm going to say draw.
Wow, hot take.
And there we can see the players getting ready for the action. And this is the match that I'm really excited for. I mean, both players, I think in fantastic form. I mean, we saw Magnus, he's been virtually unbeatable in classical games this year. And Anand just seems to be in really good shape. I mean, he lost to Wesley So in the last game in the Armageddon, but it was just due to 1 careless blunder. Otherwise, he was outplaying Wesley.
That's the cruelty of chess. If you blunder 1 move, you might still lose, although you play great along the way. But let's see the opening. I would expect e4, e5, and some Italian.
Same.
And here we go.
E4, e5, as predicted. Knight f3, knight c6. I don't know, somehow I suspect.
Oh, fire alarm. Here comes the bishop.
Well,
It is a fire alarm.
No chess tournament is complete without a fire alarm. What's happening?
Do we ignore it? I don't see fire.
I don't see. Are the players disturbed by the noise? I don't think so.
Nah, they're on a different floor.
Aha, okay.
Something else.
And yeah, as you predicted, we are seeing an Italian game.
Oh, bishop e7. That's a small surprise. Carlsen has been playing bishop c5 here recently. Bishop e7, somewhat more passive. Favorite of Carlsen's second, Daniel Dubov. So maybe Carlsen's walking in Daniel's footsteps. It's a solid line, like wants to castle and then usually play d6, and then, depending on circumstances, put the knight on a5. But in a way, it's also more fighting than bishop c5, after which there are many direct lines, while here the pieces stay on the board. Vichy castles. Okay, it's a little disturbing, this.
It is slightly disturbing. Should we take a small pause while we figure out how to mute that sound?
I don't know. I don't think there's much to do about it, but
Yeah.
we can see if it disappears.
It's probably the shortest break we've ever had. But okay, we will be there as quickly as we can. And we're back. That annoying noise has disappeared, and that allows us to do our job and, of course, enjoy the chess without that distraction going on. And well, we see Magnus. He's just played the move a4, and he's doing, not Magnus, sorry, Vachier-Lagrave has made that move, and well, seizing space and making a little bit of air for the light squared bishop to retreat to if needed.
Yeah, looks like today is a bit of an Italian theme tournament, but at least they all chose different lines to keep us entertained. Maxim versus Topalov is following pretty much the main line with bishop to c5. We'll see how Topalov wants to play it. He goes for castles, a6, a5, h6. So many options. And then Tari Wang Hao feels like mixing it today. He's gone for h6,
Yeah.
c3, d6, a4, and pawn to g5. Very aggressive.
Yes. Very, very aggressive. And, well, which game didn't get the memo?
Yarv against Wesley, they're back to this beautiful position, which we've seen many a time in this tournament. For example, in the last round between Carlsen and Anish Giri, where bishop g5 was played. Carlsen won, but Anish a bit upset afterwards that he felt he had mixed up the move order in the opening.
I suspected this this morning. I was like, okay, what would Wesley play? And I was like, Wesley will play this solid line because I think he will want to neutralize Chakrier's just creativity. And this seems to be the trendy move of the moment.
Yeah, Wesley, I think, was the first who started doing this regularly, or at least this e4 d takes e4 line. But He is very good with computers, Wesley, and this line is suggested by popular chess engine Lila Zero as the best line from the starting position, or it was at some point. So no surprise, top players have caught on. The score, however, doesn't seem to be doing so great for black. It's equal in computer terms, but over the board they've struggled a bit recently.
Yeah. Yeah, we saw that in Magnus's game against Anish, but it's a slightly different line, as you pointed out. And we also saw Aryan Tari deploy this particular variation against Vasilin Topalov, but that game ended in a draw.
Yeah, against Rajabov as well. I think just against Rajabov, yeah. We'll see what Mamedyarov chooses. Other than that, the Giri Rajabov game is not an Italian.
Oh, that's
It's
not an
Spanish.
Italian, that's a Spanish. Oh, okay, but it went e4, e5, so therefore there must have been some memo going out at the Mega Chess yesterday, that where the players went, or maybe the organizers went, tomorrow everyone's going to go e4, e5.
Yeah. No more of these exciting Najdorfs. We've had enough.
No.
Play e4, e5, Italian, make a quick draw if possible, get to the Armageddon.
Exactly. That is the strategy we want to see. A quick game, Armageddon, fight. And
So
Anish. Well, it's an anti-Berlin.
Yeah.
This is maybe somewhat disappointing, right? Or there's still a lot of play here. This could go on, Jan.
Could go on, but let's not give up hope just yet. Pawn to d3, bishop to c5. We've seen bishop c6 played by Anish against Wesley. Didn't get very far on that one. Here he goes for the other main line, pawn to c3, pawn to d6, and pawn to d4. That's interesting. Recently, black started doing a lot of d5s here, either directly or after castles. d6, very much the old main line, but usually then black starts with castles. And Anish is trying to use them over by playing pawn to d4, after which bishop b6 looks wrong, since d5 is picking up a piece. a6, just bishop a4. The bishop is standing in the way of b5, breaking the pin. So what is this? Has Rajabov mixed something up? Has he, or is this well known? I'm not familiar with this. Usually you see people starting with castles here, not afraid of this pawn being taken, and then going d6 later.
Well,
It looks like black has to take.
black has to take, no other option, and presumably give a check at this point in time.
Check. What do they do? Bishop d2?
Bishop d2.
Looks pleasant for white.
Yeah. Has a relatively good score. I mean, I'm just looking at the first page of results on the Chess24 database, and you can see if it's a lot of white victories. So bishop takes d2 is what the computer recommends, and no, it doesn't recommend it. It just actually recommends to castle. And then says, okay.
Feels like Rajabov mixed up the move order, because he's also in deep thought apparently after d6. And yeah, the usual way to do this is to start by castles. This exists, but it's not supposed to be dangerous for black. I think d5 here is fine. But if you start with this, d4 becomes an option, takes apparently is the only way. But since he's thinking about it, it doesn't look like home cooking. Did Anish trick him, or did he trick himself?
Well, he's a very experienced player. I mean, you would expect him to not be so tricked.
Don't be so tricked,
I'll
Timur. What
move
happened?
5 in the opening. But d4 actually isn't the most common choice, actually. Or move 6.
No, I guess most people just
Most people,
automatically
yeah.
transpose to the other lines, but if it's an option, because generally black really doesn't want to give up the center, but just remove the bishop if d4 happens, which is impossible here. So it's a bit curious. Anish going for a nice walk. Rajabov just sitting there. Hasn't looked in great shape so far in this tournament. Not very active. And yeah.
No, he hasn't been playing so much, Timur Rajabov. But of course, in the coming weeks, he is playing the candidates. it starts the 16th of June, I think. And well, this is meant to be warm up for the candidates, but he's finding himself in last place. Is this something to kind of really worry about, or is it maybe just, okay, no problems?
I don't know, he's always been solid in his limited appearances, but I think mainly when he played tournaments like in this, he played this Romanian super tournament, what was it called? I don't quite remember. And he played a bunch of these editions of the super tournament in Azerbaijan, but usually he draws all his games more or less quickly, so I'm not sure how battle experienced he's been over the last couple of years. He got into the whole circuit because he did, somewhat surprisingly, win the World Cup a couple of years ago, qualified for the last candidates, which he withdrew from due to the pandemic, but then when it was delayed, they gave him a spot in this candidates. But yeah, currently he doesn't look like a favorite for the candidates at the very least.
Mm. Yeah, not if this form is anything to go by, but okay, he is still a great player. I mean, he did fantastically well actually on the Champions Chess Tour. In the tour final, I think he almost came. He didn't win the tour final because he was starting from a lower score than Magnus. But if the scores had been scratched, he probably would have won. He would have won it.
Yeah, he has looked much stronger in online play.
He's been. I've been very, very impressed. Very solid, but scores those victories when needed. And he did beat MVL in the Armageddon, and I thought he looked in good shape there.
That's true. Yep.
So
we'll see.
We'll see.
What's the over/under on points Rajab will score here?
What's my?
Yeah. What do you think?
How many points will he score?
Let's use the old point system out of 9 to make it easier.
Okay, that's good. Because my maths is not my strong point, so I thank you very much. I think he'll probably score 50%.
50%? That's very optimistic. I'll go with 3. Mm-hmm. Where's he at? He's at -1 or -2? He's at -1 or -2?
He's on 3 points out of
3 draws.
Three draws. Yeah, 3 draws.
Yeah. No, maybe that's low.
And he lost to
We'll
Wesley, so yeah, he's -1.
First, he has to solve the problems today here after D64.
Yeah, he does. And shall we revisit the big matchup between Vachier-Lagrave and Magnus?
Here we are after A4. Magnus chooses knight A5, which is a typical maneuver here.
Yep.
Knight on the edge, but it prepares this typical pawn push C5. Always a structure Magnus has enjoyed, this pawn triangle in the center, weakening the D5 square by grabbing some space. The knight can return here. The bishop then will go to E6 usually. It's a structure the world champion has a lot of experience in. Of course, there's a bunch of theory here as well. I think knight C3 being the most common move, but Vichy goes for pawn to C3. More classical, tending to bring this knight along via this route. Mm-hmm. And yeah, Carlsen, not surprised, brings the knight back.
Yeah, and definitely there's a lot of flexibility for white here. I like the knight maneuver that you suggested. I mean, another plan that I've seen is that the bishop will come out to G5, trade itself off for the knight, and then white will eventually, at some point, reinforce the control on the D5 square, plant a piece there.
Yep. Always an option.
Yep.
Let's see how Vichy handles it. In the meantime, that's the kind of games we want to see in Mamedyarov. So, all the pieces have more or less disappeared 10 minutes in. Wesley played the quote-unquote correct move order, where we've seen Anish play bishop E6 here and get into some trouble against Magnus. But Wesley, of course, has polished this line, goes for queen B6, rook D8. The key difference being that if you go bishop E6, this is the line we saw. Now queen B6, here white has his option that Carlsen played, takes. And after queen b2, rook fb1 traps the queen. While in the move order that Wesley plays here, after let's say takes, knight takes, here queen b2 is fine, since after rook fb1 there is this tactic, rook takes d5, counter-attacking.
Yeah, very important counter attack there. I was reading some notes to this game and I was like, yes, must remember that point. And of course, once Anish has kind of fallen for it, the other players will have been made aware of it, so nothing is going to happen.
They got
Lightning
the memo.
doesn't strike twice, as we found out.
Never does.
No.
Rook fd1. Sorry.
No, go.
Rook fd1 played, and Wesley just grabs the pawn. You could also play bishop e6 with this slower type of game, these isolated pawn positions. Now Wesley has obviously checked this and thinks taking is fine. Not spending any time. And we get a similar transformation of the position, where once again White gives up this bishop in order to capture the pawn. And a lot of pieces disappear from the board. I think I've seen this endgame before. Bishop to f5, takes, knight takes. Looks somewhat more pleasant for White because of the double pawns, but double pawns are good defenders, so if they can't be taken, they'll do a good job restricting the White pawns on the king side, while Black has his own majority on the queen side. And yeah, I think with some precise moves, this position should be equal. I do not doubt Wesley being able to find those.
Yeah, and I have some interesting information for you. September 25th, 2021, Vachier-Lagrave played this exact line against Wesley So.
Ah.
And that game was actually a victory for Wesley.
Okay, so it's a little debate they're having.
Yeah, I always quite like these little debates that they have. Hang on a second, I got my info a little bit wrong. So that game actually ended in Wesley winning, but actually there was a deviation before move 16. If you rewind, Wesley got greedy and captured a pawn on a2.
Ooh.
Yeah.
So this is his improvement.
That's his improvement.
Take the queen. Mm-hmm. Yeah, looks like Wesley's done his homework here. I'd be surprised if he got into trouble. Vachier-Lagrave, great endgame player, but it will be very tough to generate any initiative from this against a well-prepared So, who's only spent 4 or 5 minutes on the game so far.
So how long do you think this game would last?
No, I think they'll play, but Vachier-Lagrave is thinking about it. Goes rook b2. But yeah, I would say that a draw is a big favorite here.
Yeah, I agree. I think it will be a draw. And I don't really see too much problems for Black. I mean, in fact, maybe even Black could, in the right circumstances, be even slightly better. You know, he's got the queenside pawn majority that can move. I have a very simplistic attitude to pawn majorities. If they can move, they're good. If they can't move, they're bad.
Oh, okay. Yeah, fair enough.
Too simple?
Not sure how far they can go. White has this nice square.
I know.
White is fine, but yeah, point taken.
Mm-hmm. It was very basic, but sometimes these things help.
Sure.
And okay, going back to the Vachier-Lagrave game.
Yeah, he's gone knight to a3.
Okay, knight's gonna go.
Still shuffled his knight around to the middle. Leaves the option open to play bishop g5, but Magnus doesn't want it to happen. Goes h6.
Yeah, and so I would probably put my knight on c2 rather than c4. Is just because then it doesn't interfere with the bishop. But I mean, are there any kind of like great benefits to putting a knight on the c4 square?
I don't know. I guess Black would play bishop e6, and I don't see any
Yeah.
particular problems. No, knight c2 looks fine. I'm also not sure he's in any hurry to commit that knight. Could just play h3. It's always a useful move. See how Magnus arranges his pieces before deciding on anything.
And what about what about that dark square bishop that white has? Because I've always struggled with this type of position because I feel like there's too many minor pieces on the board and not enough space. Where's it going?
Yeah, it's tough to find a role for it. That's why sometimes just giving it up is an option. For now, I think it just stays at home. And later it can decide if it goes to d2 or e3, but it's not a priority. You don't want to block this square for potentially the knight. Also, once you go bishop e3, whatever, then d5 becomes more of an option for black because we're no longer putting pressure on this pawn. So usually it doesn't move anytime soon.
Okay.
Maybe one day we'll be able to go to d2. I tried to draw some arrows but failed horribly.
Okay.
Both sides playing a solid line, neither is trying to force it, but Vichy, of course. It's a lifetime of experience in these Spanish/Italian type of structures. Carlsen likewise, with his e5, d6, c5 construction. Looks like, yeah, both are trying to play solidly, but not in a hurry to simplify or anything.
Yeah.
See, anything shows up.
Yeah, because so most of the Italians that we've seen in this round have been a little bit slow burners, but there was one that kind of caught my eye when you highlighted it, and that was Arian Tari against Wang Hao, because not often we see h6 g5, which to my eyes, super aggressive move on the board.
Yeah, it's a common plan used when black is trying to play for a win, spice it up, because after bishop c5, the main move, white is very, very solid, and even the line that Magnus plays, at least there's no direct action. So h6, g5 is the sharpest possible option here. I checked it a bit. I wasn't comfortable enough to start playing it regularly. But a lot depends on the move order as well. White starts with castles or knight bd2. I thought, especially after knight bd2, g5 was hard to make work. Arian goes a4, typical move in these structures. Wang Hao is probably thinking, I tried to be solid against Mamedyarov, I tried to repeat moves with white, didn't work. Now I have to spice it up against the rating underdog. Go h6, g5. Which, yeah, might pay off, might also cause trouble, because it's a very, very committal plan, of course. White hasn't castled yet, so it's not like there's any raging kingside attack. It's unclear where the black king goes. I like a5 by Tari, just making sure there's no knight a5 ever, hinting at a6. Risky play by Wang Hao.
And also, like, I get a little bit hung up on pieces, and I love this a5 move, because also Arian probably has got some kind of flashback to his game against Topalov in the Armageddon, where Topalov actually won by seizing space. And Tari's position, despite looking really nice, became actually quite uncomfortable because of this poor move. But also, I'm also looking at that light square bishop that sat home on c8, and I'm thinking, that's never ever going to get out. I mean, and where is black going to put the king? Meanwhile, as white, I would be like, see that knight on b1? I'm going to try to get it to e3, and then have some eyes on the f5 square, maybe even d5 square. That's how I think, Jan. I tell myself stories, and a lot of it is based on wishful thinking. Sometimes
like
there's
a good way
calculations
to
there.
live your life. So we don't approve of Wang Hao's strategy.
Well, no. I'm not going to go that far. Those are strong words. I just think they carry a lot of risk. But I'm not going to give any disapproving judgment.
I'll be the judgmental one.
Okay.
Another question always in these positions is, can black actually play g4? It's not a great move strategically, because if white could just go knight h4 and stabilize, you've weakened more squares. But sometimes you can think about this. Not sure this is one of those times.
Okay. And just give up the f7 pawn and just say, well, you know, I've got some alpha zero type of activity.
Does look terrible.
Bishop takes f7. Yeah.
Nah,
Maybe you could kind of think about doing such a thing if the white knight were offside. But
He didn't do us that favor. No, I'm not sure what the move is. Maybe just castle. But even then, once again, knight e4 doesn't work this time because of this tactic.
could you be a little bit frisky and kind of, instead of going g4, tuck your king into the corner somewhere, and then, yeah, this is my chess. It's to the point, not very subtle, but it could be scary.
No, it makes a lot of sense, and it's also a question for white if he wants to commit his king into this attack, or maybe say, I don't need to move the king just yet. Put the knight here, as you mentioned.
Yeah.
Now g4 we can move back a little. Black doesn't have anything immediate here. White is just doing pretty well long term. And these plans, they become somewhat less dangerous with the white king not here. White could even think about going, I don't know, g4 maybe, then h4 next.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Oh, Jan, it's spoil sport. It looks good.
No,
So-
this was your plan, no?
That
Put
was
the
my
knight here.
plan, I
Looks
know.
good.
I know, but you are actually showing how good it is. And if black were to castle, that is, maybe black, oh, I don't think black maybe should be thinking about castling, maybe. But then what else to do? You have to do something, unfortunately.
What have you done, Wang Hao? Pawns never move back.
Unless we implement a rule change. They did this in the mega chess. It was really quite nice, you know, because the game was kind of drawing out, and you know, drawing out, that's a bit of a pun because the game actually finished in a draw.
Okay.
And it was taking a little bit long, and so the organizers go, rule change. 15 seconds to make each move, and they had to push these heavy pieces. And I kind of like that concept, that suddenly the arbiters can go rule change.
It's not a bad idea.
Yeah.
Just tell them. Pawns can move backwards from now on. Do you think Wang Hao would play g5 to g6?
Yes.
They did the rule change. No?
Yeah.
I agree.
It would be good, wouldn't it, if they had like some dice with some like specific rule change, and suddenly rule change.
We need some more RNG elements in chess.
RNG, what does that mean?
No idea. That's what the cool kids say.
Okay.
Random numbers generator?
Ah, okay.
I would guess that's what it sounds.
Well, I have a problem when I stream. They all kind of like send me all these like icons and things, and I don't understand any of it.
I can teach you. I'm
Okay.
a big expert.
And they have KEKW or something like that.
Yeah.
I don't know what it means. And
I
they
think
did.
it means funny.
Ah, but why?
I don't know. I think it's just LOL for a new generation.
Ah, okay. Oh man, I'm getting old. I really need to update my vocab then.
Any questions you have? Wonka S. Wonka S. Maybe that's more German.
What does that
Wonka
mean?
W.
No,
Wonka Toss. Nothing?
no. It's like oof, over my head.
Kappa?
Kappa? Capablanca? No? No? Help me out then. What
I
does it
think
mean?
if you are using something in an ironic fashion, which I never do, but I appreciate if people explain it. So if you write something that's a little tongue-in-cheek, then you add kappa to explain that it was tongue-in-cheek.
Ah, okay. Oh, that's sophisticated.
Usually what you do is you insult somebody
Yeah.
on the internet, but then you add kappa. So
And
the
then it's-
insult still stands, but you know, I'm just playing around.
It's like banter. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's not like passive aggressive Britishness, is it?
I don't know that concept either.
Oh,
Passive
okay.
aggressive.
Yeah,
so you're
yeah.
acting passive, but in an aggressive manner.
Yeah, we have some phrases, you know, and then most people take them for face value, but actual fact, they have a bit of an aggressive meaning behind them.
Like what? Like good to see you?
No, that's fine.
not it?
That's okay. That's okay. Yeah.
Give me an example. I want to learn the art of passive aggressiveness.
And my mind has gone completely blank. But there's some classic ones. I'll have to I'll have to Google them for you because when put on the spot, I couldn't think of a single one.
It's okay.
Okay, I will bring them up. But one of the things we do have is when we say not bad, this actually means it's really good. And
But that's more understatement, isn't it?
yeah, but we go not bad, and most people think, oh God, that's really bad, but it actually means really good.
But
if we
literally
go-
means not bad.
Yeah, but if you say quite good, this actually means really bad.
That makes sense to me.
Does it make sense?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I think
Yeah.
that example was quite
Okay.
good.
Okay, this is the phrase I was thinking, with the greatest respect.
Ah.
When you hear that, someone is
No,
someone
but
is
that's-
not saying that they respect
That's
you.
just a
And
filler phrase before an insult, no? With
Huh?
all due respect.
with
the
all due
greatest
respect, yeah, and then you
Oh,
insult the person. So it's like passive aggressiveness. I hear what you
Having
say.
said that,
Yeah, having said that, yeah. Incidentally, by the way, that kind of means, yeah. Very interesting as well. That's a bit of a double-edged one. I'll bear it in mind if someone says that to you from the UK, that kind of, they won't. So, yeah.
I'll have to rethink all my interactions with British people. They always told me it went quite good.
Yeah. And yeah, the greatest respect. What you're going to say is, yeah, so bad. Okay, oh, look at this. Let me guess.
What?
This is Wesley So against Shakhriyar Mammadjarov against Wesley So. We have the greatest respect for these players, but it's going to end in a draw.
Yeah.
It feels like it was actually an expression that Matthew Sadler taught me. He said, the vacuum cleaner has come out. And at first I was like, I don't understand what you're talking about. And he goes, he hoovered off the chess pieces, and that's what this game kind of feels like.
Not familiar. We don't have
You don't have
vacuum
Hoover.
cleaners.
You don't have vacuum cleaners.
No, I have this little robot.
Oh, very
Yeah,
sophisticated.
it's
Does
from
it
the
clean the
future.
floors? Does it like wash the floors too?
You can have both. You can have
You
a
have
washing
both?
robot and a cleaning robot. The problem is that they tend to get stuck under the toilet. After a while, like they don't make a way out, but they do a lot of cleaning on the way.
Uh-huh.
But in chess terms, that means that all the pieces got
Traded.
traded.
Yep. And what do you think? I mean, is Shakhriyar going to claim a moral advantage because his king is perhaps a better piece than Black's king? Or is there some danger because the White's king can maybe infiltrate the pawns on the right side?
But I don't think it can, at least as long as the bishops stay on the board. All these squares are well covered. And without rooks, the Black king can just sit here and knock yourself out. It will be very hard to attack any of them.
Mm-hmm.
Now,
Okay.
I think it's just an equal position. Wesley did his homework. Having said king g7, he just goes king f8. Puts the king in the center. Not worried about anything. He'll be fine.
Yep. Okay, so let's move on from this game and let's go to what about the game between Anish and Rajabov? Because we saw Rajabov pause for a very long think in the opening, and you suspected that he might have been move ordered at his own hands, actually.
Yeah. So he did take. What else takes? Bishop b4. Knight takes and bishop d7. Castles rook e1, rook e8. It's not a horrible position, but white is certainly somewhat better. Let's see. Yeah, computer says it's a serious advantage already.
Ooh,
Yeah. This is surprising.
why is it so serious? I mean, it just looks like white is a bit better because of the center. Everyone likes the center. But
Yeah, no particular counterplay. Usually in the structure, at least black wants to get in a quick d5, e5, knight e4. He's not ready to do that here. No, it does look highly unpleasant. Rook c1.
yeah,
What's black doing?
well, maybe black does nothing.
Yeah, but sooner or later, white will do something. He has all the time in the world. h3. Bishop can drop back.
Yeah,
And this has gone quite wrong for Rajabov.
yeah.
I don't know what black could do constructively. Probably try to bring the knight over here. But
there's a start, right? Knight e7. But I'm a little bit concerned that if black does go d5, then e5 is coming.
yeah,
And this just looks hot. The bishop drops back to the most beautiful diagonal on the planet, the b1, h7. And look at that. The e5 pawn cuts the position in half. And no, I don't like this at all. I like your idea, actually. It's a bit more defensive. And knight e7.
No, it's
Yeah, it's bad.
a bad position.
I agree. But I do think, yeah. And, oh, we have another d4 on the board.
Seems to be a theme, not just
Yeah.
another d4, it's another capture here. E takes d4. This is a somewhat different situation after c takes d. First of all, I'm not sure I've seen this exact position here. Black has this square for the bishop. And here he might be in time to get in a quick d5. Knight e4. Or if white is careless, let's say h3. And often there's this trick. Not sure it works here, actually. Often it exists, but here it might be wrong because of rook takes e7 to take. But black, if he manages to break up the center, then he should be in decent shape. So probably Maxime will try to stop that by, I don't know, putting the bishop somewhere.
d3.
Yep. The greatest diagonal
On
on
the
the
planet.
planet.
As told by me, especially when you get a pawn on e5.
But here black is a bit more active, so you could think about stuff like d5, e5, knight to e4. This would be, not sure if it's good, but at least a typical idea. If bishop takes, you get some pieces out, go c5 and get some counterplay.
Yeah.
What I'm worried about though, oh no, maybe it's fine. I was gonna say knight takes e4, and if bishop takes e1, some knight f6 check.
Knight f6 check. That's, yes.
Not sure how good it is, but it looks interesting. Gf and queen takes.
Maybe, could we do knight takes? Just because
Also,
I wanted the queen out.
does look a little scary, so maybe it's not the way to go. So, go knight g6, keep this in reserve. But yeah, interesting, because you rarely ever see it, that black gives up the center in these lines unless there's a direct follow-up. And even here after a6, a4, I would think it's more common to drop the bishop back first. And then if white plays whatever, h3, now you can actually keep the tension in the center.
Yeah. Okay. And does the computer agree that white is better? Or does it say 0, 0, 0?
Yeah, it says white is a little better, but here it's not as bad as the Rajabov position, bishop d3. It says black should go bishop g4. Okay, that makes sense, trying to hit the center before white is fully stabilized, since after h3, black would take in the knight count recapture.
Yeah.
And if queen takes, the knight goes back here. These pawns become targets.
Makes sense. Computers are so tricky. That's why
So
we can't
smart.
beat them.
Yeah.
Do you ever follow computer chess? Like the TCEC, I don't know what it stands for, but
TCEC.
I think
Yeah.
something like that.
No, I think that's what it's called. Sometimes I don't have the patience to follow entire games. Sometimes I switch into it on Twitch, and I usually click through the games, or after one of these big, whatever, Stockfish Lila matches is finished. No, it's fascinating, but I don't have the time to watch them live.
No,
These-
I don't ever
Because
follow
it feels
their
like there's
games.
always a match on, no?
Yeah. But one thing I do follow is I do follow Matthew Sadler on Twitter, and he avidly follows.
He really loves his computer chess,
and
doesn't
he's always kind of like tweeting about it. So I'm like, oh, and then I will click the link and see the game that he's referencing, and I feel that he does the job for me. So thank you, Matthew.
So there's still use for humans in a world of computer chess, at least alerting us.
Exactly, to the great games, to the creative stuff. Because I mean, they were even doing like e4, a5.
Yeah, I don't think that's the computer's choice. I think cruel humans make them do it so they don't play the Berlin or the Wesley variation every game. They get some more excitement.
And talking about the Wesley game, are we edging towards that half-point Armageddon, where the real fun is?
Looks like Mamedyarov doesn't mind continuing a bit, but it's hard to see a scenario
Good.
where he actually wins this. Not sure. Wesley, thinking about it. I guess Black can now after h4, even the plan to bring the king here no longer exists. I guess he'll just sit with knight d4. I'm wondering if this could be trouble for Black. Hard to believe it's lost, actually. Nah, should also be equal. This computer is excited about this for white for a second, but I don't fully understand it. So if we just wait, let me just make all the computer moves and see if it makes any progress. Wait.
So you're looking at the bishop ending, which is results after trade of knights, obviously. Can we not offer a trade of?
I don't know what it wants. Even here it says white is much better. Now, why is this so great? Computer, why are you so happy? This looks strong.
Maybe.
It's a draw computer.
Maybe it's just judging the pawn structure and just saying, can't move.
Yeah.
Living by my simplistic rules.
No, fair enough. I was just wondering because it says said plus 130 or something for a moment there, which indicated there might be something. But it is still tenable. But at least it would make Wesley take a bit of a decision here. You don't have to take on d4, but if you let the knight live, you have to start thinking about other stuff. So
Yeah.
I think he would probably take after some thought.
Yeah. And when it comes to bishop endings, we don't often see them. So what kind of things, general rules, do you use to kind of help guide your decision making, or nothing?
I don't have a single rule for same color bishop endings. Oh, there's a kid loose in the studio.
Jan,
too
you're
quick.
you're the dad.
Too fast. Can't be stopped. He's slowing down.
Have you ever seen this Aussie man comments?
No.
And he comments on chess. And it's actually really good because the starring two players in this Aussie comments chess are actually two siblings who are fighting with each other. And it makes for fantastic YouTube content. And the kid is off.
Kid is gone. Maybe the Aussie man could comment on computer chess. TCEC. Just combine these things.
Yeah, combine it with, if he manages to make the computer chess exciting, then, well, I take my hat off. Okay, so Shakriar thinking whether he should offer a trade of knights or try it in a different way. But let's have a look at Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, because I just saw chat telling us that
didn't recapture
MVL sacrifice a pawn. What's this all about?
Can you count, Maxime?
Maybe he just forgot. No. But we've actually seen that MVL just doesn't care about material. He's focused on those tactical possibilities. So, let's have a look. Pawn takes pawn. The proof of the pudding is in the eating. We looked at that one, we thought white was doing okay.
Yeah, but
the computer
said bishop
yeah.
b4, bishop g4, and everything's
Yeah.
more or less all right. So Maxime's trying to spice it up. First question, of course, can black take
Yep.
the pawn? I don't know what he wants. Maybe he just wants to take here and then say, you might be a pawn up, but my e-pawn has now been unleashed. This is probably a bit extreme.
Ooh,
here, rook
it's like
d1, e5. Yeah.
It's like a delayed Goring gambit. I used to play that as a kid. if you want to have a surefire way to win when you're playing kiddie chess, Goring Gambit is your friend.
How's that go? It's d4, ed, c3?
No, it's knight. Yeah, more or less. But I did it with the knights out. I won every single game. It's like, and they grabbed everything. Pawn takes pawn.
Silly kids.
Bishop c5.
Go d5. Dry it down, kids. Don't be too greedy.
Yeah. Yeah.
Do you take
No,
or you
no,
go
no,
bishop
no, no.
c4?
I did the whole thing. And then bishop takes. And sometimes they would even go, yeah, they would do this type of stuff.
Check.
Check, yeah. Yeah, you know, we would have some fun. Some loose pieces would drop off.
Does
And-
look great.
Yeah, okay. So Maxim perhaps taking inspiration from this old classic.
Sure. Knight b3.
Oh, and Topalov says, I'm not going to have any of that.
Yeah, I was gonna say, if you just ignore it, I'm not sure what white has achieved, because after cd, now d5, or knight takes e4. I think now knight takes e4 works, because here,
Takes,
knight is hanging.
knight's attacked
So I guess his point is to recapture
with the knight.
with the knight, but black looks very well prepared for the structure. Knight g6, rook e8, bishop g4, potentially d5. Nah, that's the problem with modern chess. They no longer feel any moral obligation to take sacrifice pawns. It's not like in the old days where you would lose your honor and I think possibly be challenged to a duel if you didn't play d takes c3.
Yeah. It's, yeah, those were the days, my friend.
I miss them.
I think they used to chuck their gloves into the ring, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I challenge you to a duel. Glove comes off. And I think there's a scene in King Richard II, where like it gets so ridiculous that every single one of them was just like throwing their gloves into the ring.
Oh, so you had to survive multiple duels?
Yeah, but I mean, it was just like Shakespeare being funny.
Ah, okay. But if you're the king, you can probably nominate a second to
Yeah,
do the duels for
probably.
you, no? A champion,
Yeah.
like in Game of Thrones. It's
Yeah.
also where the chess term second originates from, no? Because if you're challenged to a duel, then you need a second to, I don't know, carry around the potential weapons to be chosen. And I think, yeah,
Yeah,
I don't know, take last instructions, maybe.
I was.
Shoot your opponent if he wins, that kind of stuff. That's where it comes from, no?
Yeah. Yeah, I saw quite a funny scene a few weeks ago from What We Do in the Shadows, where these vampires get challenged to a duel by werewolves, and it's kind of code of honor, you know, they have to do it, and it becomes big. Werewolf comes on the stage, and he's like, "Uh-oh, shall I spoil it for you? How he manages to neutralize the werewolf?"
Oof, I don't know what will still be fun for me to watch. Like,
I know.
I kind of don't want to know who wins.
It's hilarious. Well, he has a very creative solution, and it's very effective.
Don't tell me, don't tell me.
And they go, "No, don't do it."
In general, do you prefer vampires or werewolves? Like, are you team Edward or team Jacob?
I think it has to be the vampires, right?
Well,
They're cooler.
yeah.
I mean, werewolves is only during a full moon.
Normally they're just regular humans, right? And then they seem unhappy being transformed. Well, vampires do seem very comfortable in their skin usually. I think I'd also rather be a vampire.
Yeah.
And also chess players and vampires, I feel, have a lot in common in general. We both try to avoid daylight.
And yeah, superpowers of can turn into bats. Anything else? Okay, so knight takes on the board.
Can vampires turn into bats?
They can in What We Do in the Shadows. They just go bat and they turn into a bat.
Okay.
It's great. They get one of them gets captured by the Animal Welfare Society. Finds himself in a bat cage.
You're too obsessed with that show. I don't get it. I've seen some episodes. Like, I don't get it. It's these weirdos living in this old house doing
totally.
random stuff. I didn't understand it.
Oh, it's fantastic. Well worth the recommending. Okay, Oh, what happened there? Someone is blocking our view, but that's okay, because we have another camera. Big Brother is watching.
So, some moves have been made. The knight has landed here after a bit of a detour. Which I mentioned knight c3 is also an option here. Could get there more quickly, but then black would probably not go bishop e6, but just go here and chop it off if it arrives. So Vichy, I'm not in a hurry. I'll only put the knight here and reply to bishop e6, so you can no longer capture it with the knight because of the double attack. And bishop d5, I guess, is somewhat awkward because his knight doesn't have a great square to go to. They all don't look so tempting. So Magnus ignores it, goes rook e8.
Yeah.
And here we are.
Yeah.
Typical maneuver could be to bring the other horsey.
Yeah, well, it looks nice. I mean, would you be playing for h3 and trying to get, or not really? I mean, h3 is a kind of luxury move. Doesn't really do too much, but
Yeah,
flick it in.
Doesn't feel like a top priority. I think this
Knight
this
d2.
maneuver would be what I try to do. Sometimes, however, you do all the clever stuff, and then you still don't achieve much. I don't know how black should play.
Say black does g6. I don't know why I'm suggesting that, but it came to mind.
Yeah.
Bishop g7.
No, even, okay, this is probably not best white play, just as an example. Even these types of positions, which look great for white, it's still not like the control over this square is forever, because knight e7 can come. And white might be a little bit better, but it's very hard to take control of d5 for good. So yeah, white is certainly somewhat more comfortable, but Magnus has played this structure a million times, and he will know how to deal with the intruder. I think a typical idea is, yeah, whatever.
I was thinking,
play bishop f8.
I was thinking knight d7, is that an idea?
I think
Or you actually take some steps?
I think once we have a decent square for the knight, then we might be threatening to take it. Not sure.
Hey, you stole my great idea. I was listening down here.
Something you hear in chess quite often. Knight d7. Yeah. We shall see. Somewhat more comfortable for white, but nothing to be too concerned for Magnus supporters, even though the computer likes these positions for white.
But,
Magnus has never been too concerned.
But if we look at the clock times, we see that Magnus, he hasn't used too much time on the clock, while Vichy is burning the time.
Yeah,
And,
burning is strong, but yeah, he's taken a bit of time. They're on move 13, however, Vichy spent, 40 minutes? It's not excessive, is it? I think it's fine.
Okay, yeah, okay. It's just because the clock time seemed a bit disproportionate. But okay, Magnus, he's looking comfortable.
He is.
And talking about time control, we probably should talk about the unusual time control that we have.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you know, it's
What's the format?
the format. Okay, you can see every player starts with 2 hours on the clock, but there is no increment until after move 40, upon which the players will get a 10-second increment. And remember, this is the twist. If the game is drawn, then an Armageddon game will follow. And there, white will have 10 minutes, black will have 7 minutes, and there is a 1 second increment, but it only kicks in after move 40. And like in all Armageddon games, black gets draw odds, which means if the game is drawn, black wins. So there will be a winner.
Exciting.
It definitely is. And would you find it difficult to play this type of format?
I find it difficult to play any type of format. I think if one did it correctly mathematically to maximize your chances, then you have to try quite hard, contrary to everything we're saying in the classical games, because you do get 3 points for a win, and 3 points is a lot. While if you get to the Armageddon, your expectation is only 1.25. So I think in order to play well in this format, you actually play quite aggressively and keep games going, which of course I find hard because it's not what Chicken usually enjoy doing. I think in practice most players don't adjust to it that much and they just play their style. And sometimes there's even this, okay, even if it's a draw, I still have a chance to win the Armageddon. So it's this, what do you call it, fear of sudden death thing, where if I play on, I might maximize my expectation, but I might also lose the game. Well, if I make a draw, at least I get 1 point in the Armageddon, so you can trick yourself into actually favoring draws. But I think correct strategy to fight more, I would find tough to do. Other than that, you can just play a game and rest assured that in case of a draw, there's still the Armageddon.
Yeah.
So I don't think players adjust overly, but maybe they should. They should adjust more to
Yeah.
score the maximum number of points.
Well, one of the things I find particularly difficult with this time control is the fact that you don't get any added time past move 40. Yes, you get 10-second increment, but it's not like you can leave the board. You have to stay present. And whenever I've played like all my moves in 1 hour and a half plus 30 seconds bonus, I mean, this is another time control, but I mean, I've struggled. I've struggled with kind of A, clock management, B, being practical, and not being able to get up past move 40.
I like that there's no 30 seconds added for every move. I never understood it. Like, why play with 1 hour 40 plus 30 seconds per move? And you could just play with 2 hour 40, and if you chose to, you could still keep a buffer of 30 seconds for every move. But if someone wants to get into crazy time trouble, have 10 seconds for 9 moves. Why not allow them? It's fun for us, it's fun for the opponent, and they're all responsible adults if they want to use their time like that.
Yeah.
I never understood why we have to do this 30 seconds increment, but I agree with the point. It's nice after move 40 at least, if you can go stretch your legs a little bit. Well, with the 10 seconds, you really can't. So I think my favorite would be 2 hours for 40 moves. And then you get, I don't know, half an hour or an hour. Let's say an hour for the rest of the game plus 10 seconds per move. But of course, then we'd be here till 1 a.m. Can't have that either.
No, you can't have that. No, we're not in favor of that, Jan. I've started to appreciate the benefit of short draws when I'm doing commentary.
Big fan, big fan.
Big.
Commentary is not what we do in the shadows.
No, it's not what we do. Okay, so this knight d2 has been played, as you suggested. Let's go over to the game between Ariane Tari against Wang Hao. Okay, and Wang has actually retreated the knight to d8 and then come up with this plan of c6.
Looks horrible.
It's a bit confusing,
horrible is
isn't
a bit
it?
strong, but
Okay, he wants
this
to get
knight-
off. Yeah.
this knight is always, the problem for black in these structures, and the most typical route is e7, g6, but you can't do that while you have to keep an eye on f7 and don't want a castle. So he's gone here, but now after knight g3, let's say the knight can't go here because pawns never move backwards and this weakness is permanent. So I don't get it, frankly. This position just looks really, really bad to me.
I don't get it either. I mean, presumably bishop e6 is his idea, and then...
Yeah, maybe preparing d5, but even if white takes, like, you can't recapture with a piece, because then this knight will just be dominant if we don't run with the queen.
You can take with the pawn, though.
Yeah, I guess you have to, but even this structure looks extremely dodgy to me, and the pieces don't make a lot of sense. Bishop e3. White will go h3 one day, play d4, and there's a6 to throw in the mix. I really, really dislike it for black.
Yeah, I'm kind of out of great suggestions other than bishop e6.
No, maybe bishop e6 has to be done, but it's not pleasant. It looks a bit like Van Houw thought, okay, tournament is not going great. I'm playing against the outsider. I'll have to spice it up, go for g5. But the outsider is also an experienced 2-6-50 player whom if you give an advantage with the white pieces, and here it's not like he has to do anything crazy, just shuffle his pieces around. He can hurt you, so very risky play by Van Houw.
Yeah, I agree. I don't like Wang Hao's position, but okay, we'll see what happens. Still, you know, many moves can be made, and shall we revisit?
And Aryan went to e3.
Yeah,
Also logical. Keep
makes
an
sense.
extra eye on d5. I prefer g3 because the bishop has a clear line of vision then, but maybe he was concerned about some d5 breaks. Puts it here. Also looks fine.
Yeah. And what about Rajabov's game? And this is Anish Giri against Rajabov. We thought, well, the computer loved the position for white, and we kind of agreed. White has a center, no kind of clear plan for Rajabov.
No, it's unpleasant. Anish playing slowly h3 and bishop f1. I'm not sure if it's the most challenging way, but the white advantage is permanent. White doesn't have to play anything dynamic. If he just stabilizes, stops black from going d5, it's very unclear what black can hope for. Knight g6 still looks normal. But yeah, the rook goes here. It's just not a lot of space. Jav plays c6. Also not a move you're dreaming of playing. Weakening this square a little bit when already e5 and knight e4. I'm not sure if it has to be done, but becomes a topic.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, that doesn't look great. Yeah, so e5 already a threat on the board. So let's run through that line again. So e5.
Oh yeah, so here.
Yep. Because this is the most forcing move.
Yeah, I guess takes or
Take. Let's take it.
takes, pawn takes.
Knight goes to,
Knight has to go here.
d5, and then knight goes to e4.
Guess you have to try stopping it from landing on d6, but
Yeah,
I'm not sure
so
how.
you can put it on f5.
Yeah. g4 is a bit tempting, but it might be too much. I'm not sure. It weakens some squares, but even this.
Yes.
What do you call
A knight on
such
d6.
a knight?
Yeah, we actually have a name for it. A knight that has 8 squares available to it is an octo knight. And that expression comes courtesy of Malcolm Payne. From
But it
chess
also
boxing.
had 8 squares available here,
It's true, it's still an octo knight.
so it's already an octonite.
It already is, yeah.
Because I thought you call it a kraken.
A what?
Kraken.
Oh, no. That's a new one. A kraken.
You're not familiar with krakens?
Yeah,
Oh,
of course I'm familiar
they're very
with
strong.
krakens. Yeah, but they're octopuses. Or squids.
Are
What
they?
are they?
I'm not sure.
They're not
I
horses.
think they're like mythical.
Do they have 8 legs? I always thought they had
I'm
more.
not sure. I only know it when they say unleash the kraken in the movies. It's usually bad news.
Yeah, they said that in the Pirates of the Caribbean,
Not familiar?
didn't they? Unleash the kraken. Kraken. How many legs does the kraken have?
That's an excellent question.
Or maybe it doesn't have legs, it has tentacles, right?
That's already the first question we need to determine. Don't go on kraken.com. That's a
1,
different
2.
thing.
They have a. I don't know, Jan. They might have 8 legs, 8 tentacles. But I'm not sure. Maybe chat can help us out. Let's have a read. So I'm following the Chess24 chat.
Sure.
So be nice there. And spiders have 8 legs, and they're more scary than. Yeah, it's true. Jam Snacker saying that should be called a spider knight. But maybe I added the knight bit.
Spider knight?
Spiders have 8 legs. Could be a. But I like kraken, except it is a.
No, octopus I've also heard. Yes, the most famous is this game, Karpov-Kasparov, from one of the World Championship matches, where Kasparov had this kraken on d3.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think kraken sounds scarier than octopus. How afraid can you be of an octopus sitting there?
Very afraid. Have you ever seen? Well, I haven't seen the film, but the Live and Let Die. He gets attacked in the book by an octopus. Or was
Live
it
and
a
Let Die,
squid?
what's that, James Bond?
Yes, I read the book, and he's like swimming in a diving suit to the island where the baddie, I can't remember his name,
I'm not sure which one Live and Let Die
the
is.
Baron,
My Bond knowledge is weak.
it's the one with Roger Moore. That's all I know. Oh, confession time.
Veldig interessant stilling som har kommet opp nå, synes jeg. Han har nok et visst initiativ, tror han står litt bedre, men jeg kan definitivt se strategisk potensial for min stilling også. Og så får vi se også om tiden kan bli en faktor etter hvert. Foreløpig så er det en god del spenning i stillingen i sentrum, og typisk en situasjon der man bruker en del tid på hvert trekk fordi det er mange alternativer, så kanskje det kan bli noe som jeg kan utnytte eventuelt senere. Men masse, selv om det er veldig strategisk, så masse liv, synes jeg, så jeg synes det er fint.
Well, the world champion saying that it's a very strategic game, lots of excitement in the center. Maybe time could be a factor. He doesn't know. And yeah, I got the impression he was feeling quite optimistic. But my Norwegian, although it's quite good, is not up to kind of fluent bokmål, which is what Magnus speaks.
See. Yeah, I think he mentioned that it's a typical situation in the center, which he's had in many games and openings. He used to like this type of line as well, for example, which looks like a somewhat worse version, although it can lead to very similar positions. And it has, by the way, been brought to my attention that the world champion actually does speak English. I've mistakenly mentioned many times he doesn't speak any English, but it turns out he actually does. It's just that these segments are done for the Norwegian television, so he speaks in his native language. So apologies, Magnus Carlsen, very capable of speaking in the common tongue as well. It's true.
I never knew. I've only ever heard him speak Norwegian.
Yeah, that's that's why I think people are confused. But no, he can do it. He can do it both.
He can do them both. Oh, okay.
He even speaks French.
No, very good. And Dutch as well?
Dutch, I'm not sure.
I've seen him speak very good Dutch.
Oh yeah?
Yeah?
Oh, okay, that part. I'm less sure about, but normally he knows enough about languages to speak.
Yeah.
He also speaks sort of troll German if he has to. But French is certainly excellent.
But I guess it's the kind of German that Berliners speak.
Why is that? They don't speak proper German?
Yeah, at least I'm sure they have their own little
Nah.
mannerisms.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think Magnus speaks in a Berlin accent.
No?
I don't know.
I'm surprised.
Many people are.
How does a Berlin person speak? What kind of...
They say...
Are Germans, do they have like all these different regional accents that you can go, yeah, you're from Munich?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Like, there's a pure and flawless version of German that's spoken in Hamburg, where I'm from, but then everybody else, they have their own little kinks, like in Berlin. I means is ich in German, but in Berlin they say ich for no good reason.
Ah, okay.
Just to be special.
Just like the Danish. No,
yeah.
they don't. They say ik. No, they don't say that. That's their word for no.
Yeah,
I
that's
think.
also Norwegian. Ich.
Yeah.
But no, there are accents, but most parts of the country can sort of communicate. I'm always surprised that Magnus apparently he's able to communicate with his coach, Peter Heine, when Magnus speaks Norwegian and Peter Heine speaks Danish, because it sounds nothing alike, but it's the same words, just completely different pronunciations. But it seems like they figured out a way to understand each other.
Yeah, I'm impressed by that actually, because sometimes some Norwegians don't make that transition. It depends where you're from. I think they say people from Oslo can actually communicate with Danish much easier than those who come from the west or maybe the north. But I don't know.
In general, I think Norwegian and Danish are the same words, but different pronunciation.
Totally
Norwegian
different.
and Swedish, same pronunciation, but different words.
Different words, yeah. And it's not like that in the English. In English, they have different accents, but everyone is using the same words.
Are they?
Mm.
Nah,
Some twists here and there, but
yeah.
different tempos.
No.
Like, yeah, I have a London accent, West London,
Oh, okay.
but most people can't place it. They just go somewhere south. Okay, knight f1 on the board. You really are very good with a crystal ball predicting those moves. I think.
Crystal stockfish ball.
Okay.
No, but this plan is sort of common. Both sides are fighting over this d5 square, so Arnold reroutes his other knight there. And yeah, I'm a bit surprised that Magnus went for b5 directly, that he didn't go for this bishop f8 move, because I thought he wanted to be ready to meet knight f1 with potentially capturing. But he's not too concerned about it. The problem is now you can't take yet, because once again the knight has no good squares. And if you go bishop f8 now, then knight e3 will reinforce this grip. But looks like he doesn't mind too much. To me it looks a little unpleasant.
Yep. And I'm actually being corrected by Rot von Rat, who's actually saying that every Norwegian understands and can communicate with Danish and Swedish people, which I happen to know is not true, because I'm married to a Norwegian. No, actually some dialects are actually very easy to understand and some are not. I do know that they begin in their own native tongue, and sometimes or other they just find themselves speaking English, because that is the common tongue.
My observation has also been that Norwegians find it easier to understand Danes than Danes find it to understand Norwegians.
Yeah.
Not sure why.
Yeah.
It's my theory.
They kind of describe it to me as tuning in to a radio frequency. Once they get it, they get it.
Right.
But it depends on whether they can be bothered to make the effort. And sometimes it's just so much easier because of speed to just switch to English. Because everyone these days speaks English, which is a shame, because it would be nice to force the English people to speak different languages. That's my...
Do you speak different languages?
I speak a bit Norwegian. I wouldn't say I'm fluent, but I'm kind of okay. And I speak a bit of Spanish, but I can understand it all.
You can't stand it?
I can understand it.
You can't understand it?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, my Spanish is really terrible to listen to. No one wants to be subjected to that. So I can see you've got the board between Shaq and Wesley up. And are we headed to a draw? I mean, is there a way that Mamedyarov can squeeze this position for a little bit more?
I'm not sure what he's doing, frankly. He put the knight on d2, not on d4. And I don't know what he's going for. If you play around too much, maybe one day your theory that this majority will keep going could apply. So I'm not sure what he wants. Like it's a bit of a mystery, this knight d2 followed by f4 plan. What the point is. Wesley doesn't seem overly concerned. Put the knight on c5, controls the e4 square. I think it's time for Mamedyarov to accept he's not better, go back, put the knight here to stop all of Black's attempts to grab the initiative. But White is not worse. It feels like it's more Mamadjarov playing with fire here than Wesley. Because once again, these pawns are excellent defenders. It's very, very hard to create a passed pawn against this trio.
Yeah. And the white king is not a great piece, actually.
No.
I mean, if it could magically move itself like a knight and plant itself on h5, well, then that's a different story. But kings, unfortunately, are slow pieces.
How much do you think a king is worth in the endgame? Like normally, of course, it's priceless because it can't get checkmated. But in the endgame, if it has to like join the action, if we say knight is 3, bishop is 3, how much is a king?
It depends, right? I mean, I would put it quite high.
I'm not sure. I would think around 4 maybe.
Yeah, I was thinking 3. Because sometimes, you know, it can come in and save the game. Sometimes it'll win the game. Sometimes, obviously.
It's not very mobile. It can go any direction, any square. Hard to say.
Yeah,
If
very
a king
difficult.
controls 8 squares, do you call him an octo-king?
No, a king is never more than its name. Although sometimes I give it a name. When I'm teaching kids, I call king Benjamin.
Benjamin.
Yeah, and that's after the film Benjamin Button, which I haven't seen, by the way.
I've seen it.
Is it okay? Well, you know, it's basically, I use the analogy that this king starts off an old man, a bit nervous, a bit afraid. You always have to reassure it, always kind of guarantee its protection. But then, as the game goes on and the pieces get traded, lo and behold, King Benjamin becomes younger and younger.
Ah, I see.
And is willing to fight it out and enter the fray.
I thought it was because he's all about the Benjamins, suppressing his peasants, making them bleed. But nothing to
Do
do
Benjamins do that?
with it. Benjamin. Maybe that's an American thing. It's slang for money, no?
Oh, is it?
It's all about the Benjamins. When they say that in the rap songs, they don't mean Benjamins. They
I mean
they mean money.
Franklin's, Benjamin
Because of Benjamin Franklin, I
yeah,
think he's
yeah.
on the $100 bill, maybe.
Well, now you've just given my analogy that extra level, right? Thank you.
Yeah. Benjamin Button?
Yeah.
Bit boring.
King Benjamin
It's my
Franklin.
review.
All about the money.
Yeah.
Chasing that pot of gold. Yeah.
Anyway, the position looks like Mamadjarov wants to go e4, king e3, expand further, but I don't think Wesley has to be all that concerned about it. Put the pawns here.
Okay.
They're still held at bay.
And the two Benjamins are going to be chasing the money and keeping it all tense and equal. So probably quite a perfect game then. I mean,
Fantastic.
but you know, do the players on the white side of the semi-Tarash have to actually go, well, let's do some homework here now to get some advantage?
Yeah, I think that's been the situation for a while. It's for a reason that everybody's playing this line with black, because it can be cleaned towards equality. But they've struggled in practice thus far. Wesley, however, very diligent about doing his homework. And yeah, doesn't look like he got into any trouble here today.
Okay. But this also means that if this game goes to Armageddon, then Shakriar will have to avoid this line.
I would guess so. And then again, yeah, I would guess at least he shouldn't repeat this endgame. Like, you can make a different move here after rook d8. I guess you can play whatever. No, a3, that's d4. Maybe it's not so easy to deviate. Not sure. Wesley's tough. Hard to get a game against Wesley.
Yeah.
Not sure what Schach can do.
Okay. Well, this game is a perfectly played game, probably ending into a draw. And what about Ariane Tari against Wang Hao? Because that one looked like it was maybe not so perfectly played. Someone took some risks. Knight is now on g4, so that was his idea all along.
Yeah, White could have stopped that by putting the knight on g3, where it can't get challenged so easily. But this happened. And yeah, White is still better, but it's a good idea to exchange this very powerful knight, controlling these two key squares. Not sure
Yeah.
how Arjan should react. Like something like this. You still take white, but then black has a bit more potential all of a sudden. F5 ideas are there. We no longer need to move it out of the way with some knight g8.
And can you just simply admit that you made a mistake and go knight f1?
I struggle with it. Ah, you mean Arjan?
Yeah, in Ariane's position. Just go, let's just forget that I made that move.
I think black might just go f5.
Just, yeah.
Looks risky, but still, that's strategically such a big achievement. Also, if white takes, then maybe there's d5. Might be too slow.
Yep. Okay.
You can start mixing it in the center.
Can you? Knight takes. Somehow this feels like it's not that bad for black anymore.
Oh no, his pieces are still weirdos.
Can he castle now?
Yeah. Like that enough. Takes. H4, he's G4 somewhere. Still looks very pleasant for white to me. We have some potential targets here. This is a bit weakened. Yeah, even the queen exchange, even the endgame looks unpleasant. No,
Yeah, the endgame looks unpleasant, yeah.
I'd be thrilled with it.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, maybe this is the critical move. Just before black gets time to take and play f5.
And finally, can black simply capture the pawn then?
This
Takes,
one?
yeah.
I don't know, it looks...
It looks like shaky, like I'm totally playing with fire, but well. Queen takes pawn. There you go, pawn
Looks
up.
dangerous, but it is a pawn.
Yeah, and now I'm going to castle. Get out of danger.
So, rook.
And now
Strange
d5.
position.
No, hang on, no. d5, the bishop is going to come back to d3.
Yeah.
So I have to go queen g6.
Yeah, strange position. Why is the pawn down, but he has a lot of space. Let's say d5. And he's played knight f1. Whoa! But f5. What's he doing?
Oh.
Because black is dreaming of removing the knight and playing f5. Should have put the knight here. He wouldn't have had to deal with any of this.
Yeah.
But now,
Knight
maybe
f1.
Wang Hao's strategy is paying off.
It's okay, so now we have to look at f5.
Yeah.
Pawn takes. Oh.
Can I go d5?
Ooh.
Ah, no. There's a trick. Takes.
Queen h, a4 check. We've all fallen for those type of tricks, myself included.
Many a time. I used to play this as white in my younger years. And the only reason I did it was because I was hoping for this position, where e6 looks tempting, but no. Boom.
I've fallen for that on move 3 on the white side. Yeah.
Don't try this at home. If black plays knight f6, he's more or less winning, so it's a risky strategy.
Yeah, okay. So knight f1.
Yeah, Van Hao's gonna go f5. He's tried to spice it up all the way. This is the chance. And if he plays something slow, then white just goes h3, knight g3, or h3, knight e3. He hasn't achieved anything. I am playing with fire a little bit. Still, f5, ef, we said d5 doesn't yet work because of takes, so black,
But
I
you
guess,
can
will
capture, right?
Yeah, this is dream come true for black still.
And then, I mean, white's got problems suddenly with this light square bishop. D5 is in the air.
No, I don't know what he
No.
wants. This looks strange to me.
And it fits in. I also have another saying, which is like, you go back, I go forward.
Ah,
So it's a sign. So just if we ever play each other in a long play game, just know that I'll be having that in my mind.
okay, that's interesting. In German we have the saying, sometimes you have to take a step back to take another 2 steps back.
I haven't heard that one.
It's a German thing.
It's a German thing,
Yeah.
okay. And, okay. So this game kind of looks very well balanced.
Yeah, he just went c5, which caught my attention. Trying to block out or blocking out his own bishop, but the white knight doesn't have any great squares to go to. Knight f5.
Take it.
You take. There are even other options like t5 maybe. Rook takes e4. Let's play a straightforward one.
If you take rook takes c4, there's checkmate. Oh no, no, there's no checkmate. There's no checkmate. There was my
No checkmate?
blindness. No.
But even this looks decent. Now the bishop comes back. c4, d5. Topalov is doing all right. And yeah, Maxim maybe took a few liberties in the opening, starting with this creative, but maybe somewhat slow. Knight b3, bishop a7, and knight d4 maneuver.
Yeah. Can I also check up on the Anand Carlsen game? Because I don't know. The bar is not happy.
Ooh, Magnus playing with fire.
And it does look like he is in a spot of trouble. I mean, he's certainly suffering when it comes to space. And he kind of said it himself, there's going to be a lot of excitement in the center. And b5 happened.
Yeah, no, I'm still critical of b5, because if he goes here, once again, now he could take and put the knight on a decent square. While in the game, after b5, knight f1, he now decided to take, but the knight has to go to a silly square. Vichy takes with the bishop. Could have taken with the pawn as well, but he's saying, I don't know, you have to misplace your knight, might as well get rid of this guy. And here, this is the typical wrong circuit for the black knight. When it sits on b7, the white pawn on b4 doesn't really have anywhere to go. These squares are taken. Bishop somewhere. And the only way to get it back into business is queen d7, knight d8, f5, knight f7, which is a long journey.
And, well, there's some issues as well. It's not going to get there that quickly. That's the first step. And also, you have to keep an eye out of captures, like this pawn takes pawn coming. So...
He's also... No, this is a bit dangerous for Magnus. He's pushing it, because here his king side is also somewhat unattended, so all of a sudden white could start getting some ideas.
Yeah.
Maybe he's just thinking, okay, Vichy won't take too many chances here, but if you give Vichy free attack, he's shown what he can do many a time.
Also, Vichy is playing incredibly well. I mean, he's beaten Magnus once before in the Blitz. Yes, he lost to Wesley, but both times he had Wesley on the ropes. First game, he agreed a draw in a position where he was better. Second game, he only lost to Armageddon because he blundered a completely winning position.
Yeah. No, I don't think Magnus has any doubts about Vichy's strength. I think it's more about, Vichy's appetite for risk-taking here. But Magnus is doing all the risk-taking for him. So it's not like Vichy's done anything out of the ordinary. It's just looks incredibly scary. b4, knight b7, also the direct queen g4.
Yeah, looks good.
Could be all on purpose, this old strategy that sometimes, in order to create chances, you have to provoke your opponent into attacking you. But it's certainly scary.
Yeah.
What does he even do? Like
Queen c8.
c8, queen goes back.
Move the king.
King somewhere, king h8. We force the queen out of the way. It's very scary. Queen f3, king g8.
Yeah, and
This
this
knight
is where
just needs a while.
I was going to say this is where the knight really needs to be somewhere good, and it's totally dominated by the pawn on b4. Oh, it's a really instructive play by Vichy actually, and if he does react with b4, and if he does win, I think it'll be a model game.
Yeah, still somewhat allowed by Magnus either risk-taking or carelessness of playing b5 here, because he's had so much experience with this structure.
Yeah,
I'm sure
and
he's aware this is
b4
not
on
where
the board.
knight wants to be. Yeah, b4, knight b7. This is interesting. I still believe that it's sort of on purpose by Magnus, thinking, you know what, Vichy, I'll make you attack me, and there will be some weaknesses left behind, so if your attack fails, I might get those 3 points I was talking earlier about. That probably mathematically it makes sense to take a few more risks in order to score a victory in classical. But of course it goes both ways. He's also giving Vichy a lot of chances here. More excitement than I expected from this game, really. I thought it was going to be a quiet game and an Armageddon. But now, Vichy will smell some chances.
I also expected a quiet game. I thought it would be closed and there would be a lot of maneuvering going on. I didn't expect that Magnus would play in such a provocative way. But then again, I'm quite enthusiastic to see what happens, because if Vichy wins, of course he takes a clear lead, because these two are tied for first place in the standings. So shall we just do a
Yeah, I'm
quick...
trying to look on camera that I catch the right words. I'm very distracted. Here we go. Yeah. What do you want to do? We go on break?
Yeah. But before we do that, shall we just do a quick run through of the
Sure.
situation in every single game? So this game, we think that Vichy is struggling. Mamedyarov against So, we thought that it was just heading out to a draw.
Yeah,
Vichy
still
has a
think
very
so.
solid position. What about game 3?
Yeah.
MVL
We
against...
didn't like what he did.
Yeah, you know, it was a nice idea, but perhaps didn't work.
Yeah, just takes. This is more than fine for black, and
Yeah.
he can think about, well, even this silly move. Takes, seems great. So, I don't know. Some desperado.
Rook takes. Bishop.
D5 or bishop f5? Bishop f5, bishop d3 probably is nothing special, but d5?
Is there any funny moves that you can play? Just thinking like knight, or sorry, the rook coming to, or maybe even the knight coming to h. I was wondering knight h4.
Are we up a piece? No?
No,
Can't count.
I was kind of hoping there might be some discovered attacks, but I don't think there is.
No, yeah. Here, if fg, there is queen takes e4.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure that
it's
works.
complicated. Yeah. Also bishop f5 here.
Yeah,
who
bishop
knows?
f5, yeah. So, okay, there's lots of danger, lots of tactical opportunities. Ariane against Wang Hao.
Yeah.
We thought Ariane had a great position, but then he retreated the knight, and this was just a sign for Wang Hao to go forward and play f5. And suddenly, can we go as far to say that maybe the tables have turned and the initiative is now with the black pieces?
For sure. Really dislike what he did here. Like knight e3 was already somewhat strange, because yeah, knight g3 looked so natural, leaving the bishop open and not having to worry about this. But after knight e3, knight g4, I think he just, I was going to say had a senior moment, but he turned 23 yesterday, so it probably wasn't that. But he just forgot that f5 was possible here, thinking I'm going to go h3 and put the knight somewhere and we'll have the same position. Well, now black has solved one of his main problems. And yeah, Van Hao will be very happy.
Yeah. And finally, we move on to Anish against Timur Rajabov. And this just looks visually fantastic for Anish. He has the center.
Yeah, he didn't go for this.
He didn't go for e5.
He didn't go for the octopus, but what he did also looks perfectly fine. Queen b3, what happened? Oh, nothing yet. Let's say queen c7, rook here. It's just a permanent advantage. Black doesn't have targets. d5 is never very realistic. I guess you sit and wait. But at some point, white will spring into action. No, Anish with an edge. Sometimes he struggles to convert better positions, but he certainly did get one.
Yeah, and that ends our recap. And now we're going to take a short break. So see you then. Lots Maggie in trouble.
for your skin, sing for your skin. Feel it down, 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 down. Think about it later. Feel it down, 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 down. Think about it later. Feel it down, 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 down. Think about it later. Feel it down, 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 down. Think about it later. All I ever wanna be is eyes for your eyes, lips for your lips, skin for your skin, sing for your skin.
Yeah, welcome back. And as you saw just there in that video, the players had a very unusual free day where they played mega chess on the world's largest outside chessboard. And the pieces actually had wheels on them, so they weren't that heavy to move. But in actual fact, it was quite an exciting game. It was Team Magnus against Team Anand, and it was
Who won?
a draw.
Ah, boring.
Yeah, but it went all the way to the edge, and the white that was Team Magnus ended up with just a king, and Team Anand had 2 knights.
Yeah, not enough.
They didn't try, but it was a lot of fun. It was, and the sun came out, and it was like the world Norway had ordered the most perfect weather. In fact, I got sunburnt, which is unusual for Norway.
Yeah.
But definitely, it's recommended. It's just down the road from here.
I've seen it, yeah.
And really easy to play on the world's largest chess set.
I can't wait. It was also heartwarming to see the players. They seem to have so much fun. So they're rivals on the board,
Yeah.
but they're good friends off the board.
And well, you talk about friendships off the board. Let's go and check out what's happening on the board, because we have to revisit Magnus against Vichy, because it looked like Vichy with the white pieces was doing very, very well. And we left it at this particular position, and you were recommending pawn takes pawn.
Yeah, Queen G4 I also like.
Yeah.
But Vichy, he's going for a much more measured approach. He wants to fight for the A file, rook E2, bring the rook over here. Carlsen is not waiting around. He tries to break free with C takes B and A5, trying to free this square, or any square really, for the knight on B7. A takes B5, A takes B4, rook B1, and queen to D7 was just played. A move the computer is not very fond of. The computer wanted knight to C5, and if it takes rook A1, go for some counterplay. But after queen to D7, potential problem is white could now go here. Looks strange, but the point is black cannot take the pawn, since these rooks would capture the knight. And if after rook B2, black now goes knight to C5, which looks natural enough, then rook B4. White is nicely coordinated with both his rooks, supporting his extra pawn. So Carlsen potentially still in trouble here, even though he managed to break out his knight, if it comes at the cost of a pawn. There's also just rook takes B4, I'm not sure rook B2 is even needed. But then maybe this pin is again somewhat annoying.
Yeah. Yeah, perhaps better to keep control with the move that you suggested, rook B2. But I mean, Magnus must be feeling some hope, because the knight is now able to do something, even if he has to sit tight and grovel for the draw.
Yeah, he's losing a pawn.
Yeah, it just...
Maybe.
Then it means...
Maybe he keeps playing with fire because he's thinking the tigers are afraid of fire. But if you give Vichy a pawn, I don't know. Very scary situation for the world champion. Who's really pushing it here.
Yeah, definitely. It looks scary, and especially because that rook is going to be on the 4th row, can flick across and actually think about attacking the black king. One fine day. I'm not saying do it now. I'm not saying it's a great plan, but it's something that Magnus always has to be aware of. And yeah.
I was wondering about this to activate the bishop, but I think white has a cute little move here, which is put the pawn here. If the bishop takes, once again, he has too many pieces on the b file, and one will drop. So there's no way to activate it.
Well, I was thinking about putting the bishop there as well, but I didn't see this b6 idea. But I just thought it probably might not be a great direction for the bishop to be on b6, because of the rook being able to swing as well. You can just imagine some queen h5 followed by bishop takes h6, and then I don't know. This looks all pretty. Yeah. Sorry, Jan. I'm not that sophisticated like you. I'm more of a hacker.
Whatever works. Vichy's taking some time here, but he still has 53 minutes. It's not like he's in any time trouble. And,
So any other kind of other hope that Magnus could have? So say he does go rook b2, which is, I like that move, keeps control, doesn't allow
played
any...
it.
Okay. It's kind of similar, I know it's a totally different move, but a kind of similar concept to Vichy's first game against MVL, where he could have taken a pawn, but he doesn't. He's like, no, let me keep control first. I don't want to enter any complications. You're not going to get your rook to the first row. Good strategy from the former world champion. And is there anything way that he can mix it?
I was wondering about this takes and some queen f5 to take the pawn. But the computer does not seem very impressed by my big plan. Because now if takes, something bad happens. Now he switches to your.
Oh, rook goes to. See, I told you.
Violent means rook g4. No, it's still
Knight
scary.
h5
Yeah.
in the air.
So instead of rook g4, there's the more pragmatic rook b3. Here just takes, and the pawns start running. It's trouble. Magnus, how does he look?
He looks cool.
I think he missed something. Maybe he wanted bishop d8 here, but then he missed b6. So usually, great players end up in trouble. It's normally some detail they missed. It's not like he misjudged the position, but he must have missed some tactical
But
trick.
if you go bishop d8 and b6, so I mean, is there any hope that that he can go rook a5 and just say, well, your knight on b6 looks great, but I'm blockading it, and you also have a weak pawn that I'm gonna dream about attacking.
Could be. If he doesn't get it, like I don't know, queen f3 to keep it.
Yeah.
Once white takes and stabilizes, it could just be lost.
Yeah. Okay. Well, the world champion in trouble. Looks like Vachier-Lagrave has full control over the position. And let's have a look at the other games. Someone who also looks like they're doing very well is Anish Giri against Rajabov. We've been really praising the white position for a long time, but the computer just seems to be thinking it's getting better and better. I mean, whereas Black has to presumably put his knight in the middle of the board.
Yeah, at least he controls the d6 square for now, but of course his knight is also breaking the connection of the two rooks. It's unpleasant.
It is very unpleasant. And also the black queen kind of feels a bit offside. I just wondered whether you could use that opportunity to do something.
Yeah, in general, I'm not sure if directly, but white probably wants to go knight d4, then switch to some sort of attack here. Maybe it needs to be prepared a little bit. I don't know, somehow the stakes got a little higher because of this e5 decision, which the computer very much approves of. But now it's no longer a free roll for Anish. He has to do some direct stuff. So if here, can black go b5?
Yeah.
Computer doesn't care. It's just saying we go back.
Just go
we're
back.
Still in control.
You go back to e4, and then I don't know. I'm looking at moves like knight to g5 as well. I also like the idea of just switching. There's now a pawn weakness on c6, so the rook can maybe go to c1 and target that.
Yeah, apparently it's still quite unpleasant. If black starts to bring the knight, then he loses sight of this d6 square. But it feels like the next couple moves will be crucial if Anish manages to develop his initiative, because if black gets a bunch of moves, then I could see him being all right. Apologies.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Bless you.
Thank you. So there's that.
And
Tari's in trouble. He really lost the threat here with his knight f1, and after f5 he went h4, but just allowing f4. Black grabbing more space. Now it's a dream sort of King's Indian position where the white knights are also on strange squares. Tari went back, not a good sign.
So he's literally undeveloped all his pieces.
Yeah. No, this has gotten out of hand.
Oh, this is sad. And incidentally, did you know it was Tari's birthday yesterday?
I do.
Yeah.
He's 23.
23 years old. You don't want to start your new year with a loss.
Nah, I think chess players generally don't like playing on their birthdays. I think the score tends to be horrible on people's birthday. I'm not sure if there are statistics on that, but anecdotal evidence suggests people always lose on their birthdays.
Anecdata. I've heard that's what the word is called.
Anecdata?
Yes.
Ah, Okay.
Yeah. So some words I'm down with.
Wow.
Yeah. And whilst Ariane is in trouble, Timur Rajabov seems to have an unpleasant position. Wesley So looks like things were quite comfortable.
Yes,
And
will be a draw
it will be a
shortly.
draw. So let's have a look at his confession. I wonder whether he's complimenting any strong players.
I'm actually not sure what Shaq is playing for or what he's thinking about. My guess is figuring out what opening to play for the Armageddon, because I see absolutely no way for Black to lose this position after a5. I mean, even if I don't make any moves, I think it's a draw. But if he really wanted to play up for win, he should have kept the knights on the board. He should play knight e4 after knight b3. In fact, my move knight b3 was a very bad mistake. And I just totally forgot about knight e4 because I thought he had to play knight f1. And then his knight is passive, but just totally missed knight e4. So I probably prepared too much before the game because this move knight b3 is just very bad. But yeah, I'm very surprised he didn't play knight e4. If he played knight e4, I thought he'd had good chances. I was actually very worried. But yeah, now... yeah, I just don't see a way for me to lose this. So probably gonna see an Armageddon. We'll see.
Yeah, and Wesley was right on that front because we are headed into Armageddon. He did not lose that game, and he seemed very confident, although he seemed to say that he made a mistake at some point and that maybe this was due to over-preparation. Can we check out that
Yeah,
knight
he was
b3
very critical
moment?
of this knight b3 move, allowing knight e4, which I don't think is the end of the world either. But he felt it was a bad mistake, and he didn't need to allow knight e4. He could have just played well, b6, a6 with absolutely nothing to worry about. But also the way he did it, he didn't get into any trouble because the bishop endgame. There's just nothing for white to hope for, as Wesley explained. So draw here, and we're headed towards the Armageddon.
Yep. So 2-hour classical game followed by roughly, how many minutes? 16 minutes of fun fighting chess. Yeah, this is the great thing with Armageddon. The players can't play perfectly. Someone has to win, and people get nervous. I've been actually quite impressed with how the players have kind of kept their composure with just seconds left on the clock. I mean, I saw how Rajabov handled the Armageddon against MVL, and he just didn't seem flustered at all. But we'll see. We'll see. What are your predictions? Who do you think is going to be better in this Armageddon match? So Mamedyarov will start with 10 minutes on the clock. Wesley So will begin with 7 minutes, and an increment will only kick in after move 40. That's an increment of 1 second. And if the game is drawn, Black receives draw odds, so therefore Black wins and that picks up 1.5 points, while the loser will only walk away with 1 point. So favourites.
I'm going with my boy Wesley. He's looked well prepared, and it's not going to be easy for Mamedyarov to find a line where he can even get a game going. So I do think that Wesley is the favorite in this one because how stable he looks in the opening and how well he's done in general in these Armageddons. But we shall see. Mamedyarov with white, always dangerous.
Yeah, I'm actually, for fun, going to disagree with you, Jan. I'm going to say Mamedyarov is the favorite because Mamedyarov has spent a lot of his time hustling on the blitz tables. And his manager told me that, in fact, Mamedyarov also told me that he used to train loads of times with just 30 seconds on the clock. 30 seconds on the clock, and he would take on all players. And in fact, he challenged one of the reporters, Sverre Krug, and I think he had like 15 seconds on the clock.
Wow.
And it wasn't online chess. So he's dangerous.
I didn't have that information. I'm now switching my pick to Mamedyarov.
Well, we'll see. So you say Wesley because he's rock solid. I'm going to say Mamedyarov. So the game is on. So, okay.
All right.
we'll bring you more information about the Armageddon match when it kicks off, and of course we will be following that one live. So what about this game? MVL, Veselin, Topalov. Looks good for Veselin, if you ask me.
Veselin's doing fine. This bishop is extremely active. Maxime has double pawns. And the white two bishops don't really have that much of an impact, especially the bishop on e2 is currently passive. You would love to activate it by taking and putting it here. But then Veselin will use his e-pawn to open up the white's king position. And it looks a little scary. Opposite colored bishops, we know king safety is very important. So tough spot.
Definitely looks scary because, I mean, you could just, I'm sure there'd be lots of people saying at home, well, why not just take the pawn and then after the check, queen f2? Well, unfortunately, black is not obliged to take. Not that kind of chess, so you just retreat the queen. And as Jan is pointing out, it will be problems on the dark squares for the rest of the game. So definitely not something you want to do.
I guess he is going to try to avoid it, but also not obvious how. If knight takes e5, d takes e8, similar problems. And yeah, it's just an unpleasant spot. Nice move by Topalov, this pawn to c4. Pawn sacrifice. Opening up his dormant bishop. Yeah, this looks like the normal line, but e3 looks good. Bishop b8, turning queen e5, and e3 at a later moment could also be dangerous, or queen c7. No, I like Veselin's position a lot. He's playing well so far. And Maxime probably still regretting his freestyling outside of the opening with his knight b3. Just losing too much time.
Yeah. And I agree. Knight b3 looked very nice. But unfortunately, it didn't quite work. It was kind of reminiscent about from his game against Vachier-Lagrave, where he lashed out with b5 and he'd worked out that if you capture the pawn, all great. But white simply kind of kept control, didn't accept the gambit. Well, no, accepted the gambit, but kept control. And here, it's just like, no, I'm not going to take the pawn. I'm going to improve my pieces. This is good strategy.
Sometimes he's maybe too creative for his own good, but he didn't want any part of this. Played king to f1. Just sidestep any checks, covering the bishop on e2 if needed, and is asking Veselin how he plans to improve. Many sensible moves for Topalov here, b5. Looks like an obvious choice, just reinforcing this pawn chain. Yeah, black is a bit better, but Maxime is not making it easy. Tough defender, as we know.
Tough defender. Would you have thought of playing king f1?
I don't know. You probably think about the normal moves first, and then if you really, really dislike them, which he should, you look for an alternative. I'm not sure how high on my list king f1 would have been, but I like the look of it, at least.
Yeah.
Gaining a bit of stability here.
Yeah, it's an interesting choice. I don't think I would have thought of that at all. In fact, now I look at it in greater depth, I'm impressed. But if I were playing with the black pieces, my first impression would be, ooh, well, someone doesn't know what to do if they're moving their king. I feel some kind of like positive feelings towards this move, but it is a great move.
Topalov studying the situation. Still has 52 minutes, no particular reason to stress. His hand reaches for something. Was it the b pawn? b5 looks logical, but it does open up the a file for the white rook. So he might be looking for an alternative. I don't know, queen c7. Just keeping the tension. Let's switch back to the battle of the leaders, where after rook eb2, strong move by Anand, Carlsen has played knight c5 at least, getting his knight to that square. Yeah, we've looked at rook takes b4 and some attempts like queen f5 that didn't seem to work according to the all-seeing computer. So Carlsen in trouble.
Yeah.
Anna's gonna take.
He has to take. And let's run through that line of queen f5, because that seems, is there anything else to play? I should be I should be quite, how do you call it? I always have like, you should be really kind of go through every single alternative, scout the territory, is what I would say. Queen F5 is one candidate move. What other moves could Magnus be thinking about?
You can just sit and hope for better days to come, but it's a very sad position. Bishop E3 will happen, then there's always going to be the option of taking here, even if you lose a pawn back. The knight could be superior to the bishop. It's not a fun spot.
No.
Maybe you go F5 and you just hope for the best, but this pawn is such a distraction. It's hard to believe he'll have time to build up a kingside attack.
Yeah, I don't like F5 because it just feels a little bit like it's wishful thinking, because when you're objective about it, it's just a pawn coming at your king, so it's like woohoo. I like Queen F5.
Yeah, it just doesn't work. Bishop E3. And
what
it's
about
just
if
bad.
black gets active with Rook A2, you know?
I don't know how active that is. Like, this pawn will also get...
Yeah, that is a mighty fine pawn. But it will be stopped eventually. Rook B8. Yeah.
It's just not enough threats. Knight G3 is always there. Knight takes D3. Looks nice, but there's always this Knight G3. Zwischenzug. Attacking the queen. Queen goes somewhere. And now the rook can swing. Or earlier we had some line with queen to H7. But here, yeah, any rook move. But in particular this, just stabilizing, kicking the knight away. Knight C5 takes. And
Yeah.
these pawns will be trouble.
Yeah, there is trouble ahead. Okay, so if you're going to go Queen F5, I guess you should take it. And then can you withstand the onslaught?
Yeah. Still think it's bad.
Yeah, it probably is bad. But I'm just wondering whether there's any survival chances. Knight takes, queen... Find the best square for her, yeah, I'm struggling. Queen H7.
Queen H7 looks like the only move,
Yeah.
but no, yeah. We looked at rook G4, but even the more pragmatic rook B3.
And then the knight has to
Knight
retreat.
has to go back, takes, and the pawns run.
Bad news. Okay,
It's
so...
lost. Like,
Okay, so then the best idea is... Okay, so you can't go active, basically, so then you just have to grovel. Put your rook behind the pawn and stop it. Rook B8.
yeah.
You just accept that it is what it is.
It is very sad. No, he's just in real big trouble.
Yeah.
Overdid it a little bit with this, yeah, particularly. I still think the key moment was this pawn to B5 move, which looks like a normal move, but after that he's just not in time. Knight F1, and either white stabilizes with Knight E3, or you have to take on D5 as he did and misplace the knight, which really is the reason for, bishop takes was played, for all his troubles now, that he had to give up a pawn in order to free it. Well, yeah, if instead of B5 black plays this move, I don't see any too big reasons for concern. Maybe white is slightly better, but this is such a better version where the knight can help on the king side instead of being stuck on B7.
Yeah, definitely. But I'm surprised that Magnus would make such a kind of inaccuracy, putting the knight on the edge where it's the wrong circuit. Is it maybe not just a standard pattern? Is it a standard pattern? Or is it just bad day?
I know, I can't quite explain it, but it's not unknown to Magnus that a knight on B7 is bad in these structures with a white pawn on B4. So I'm not sure if he missed something or if he was, just trying to provoke Vichy into more excitement. Maybe trying to, get more winning chances. But it's come at a high price.
Yeah, and
trouble.
if Magnus does lose this would be the first time in 2022 that Magnus has lost a classical game. So
What has he played? He played Vike?
he played Vike. He's played in the... Did he play Norwegian League?
Yeah,
Yeah, he played in the Norwegian
not
League.
sure many games. He drew a
And-
game that I wasn't happy really.
What other games has he played? So of course he played the World Championship, but that was 2021. Actually, has he lost a game since Norway Chess last year?
Did he lose a game in Norway Chess last year?
Yeah, I
Has
think
he ever
did.
lost a chess
Did he
game?
lose? Did he lose a game in Norway Chess last year?
I don't know. He has lost 8 classical games to Vichy, and today he's in great danger of losing the 9th.
Yeah.
It's also a position that's well suited for Vichy, because he doesn't have to take risks. He's already much better. So what he has to do is be precise in defending against potential black activity. And Vichy's never been shy of making some passive-looking moves to withstand an onslaught here. And I think it's a real worrying spot for the Magnus Carlsen fans out there.
Yeah, and actually Magnus just giving the game away that he's not happy with his position at all.
No, nothing works.
Yeah. Okay, so Magnus in a spot of trouble. Let's go back to the Ariane Tari game, because how is that continuing? Because to me it just looked like Ariane is struggling.
Yeah, he still is.
Still
Could
struggling.
debate bishop to e6, but no, this whole sequence, starting with knight e3, but then especially knight f1, h4, queen d1 back, it hasn't been great. And tough day at the office so far for Mr. Tari.
Yeah, and Topalov was reaching for the b pawn in the end. So
Did he manage? Yeah.
He did. So now the A line has been opened. I'm not sure whether I like this b5 idea. I think it's good, but whether I like it or not, I'm not sure. Because at least the white rook, which wasn't working before, is now in the game.
Yeah. Aren't that many targets on the b file though, and this bishop now is well restricted. I still like Topalov's position.
And okay, well, it looks like your crystal ball predictions are really coming true today, because Magnus, in fact, did play queen f5.
No, it's the obvious move. It just looked like if Anand spots this idea to give the pawn back, that it doesn't really work, but there was nothing good. And if nothing really works, you might as well play the line where at least Anand could go wrong.
Okay.
Here.
Okay, so bishop b3 was the move that we came up with. What happens if you take the pawn with the queen? Is that just like disastrous for...
No, it's just always the same. This knight
It's got no squares.
ends up being a bit stuck here if it's supported by e4. The b pawn just runs, and it's very fast, threatening b7 and bishop a7. And if black goes back, then it gets taken. My hunch is such a position is lost. The pawn is just too powerful.
And the knight can put itself on c4 as well. Oh yeah, looks really bad. This is trouble for the world champion. It's tricky to see some. So we tried everything actually after bishop e3.
Yeah, it's not about spotting it. There's just nothing there. It's about Vichy converting from here.
And do you think he'll be able to convert? I mean, the thing is though, that pawn can't be defended, right? The only move I can see as an alternative is d4, but that kind of doesn't feel right at
No, it's
all.
also not like bishop e3 is forced. White is better, no matter what he does. But bishop e3, getting rid of this bishop looks like the cleanest option. Like something like this, it's better for white because of the b pawn. But as long as his knight stays alive, there's some chances. But after bishop e3, it looks really shaky. And yeah, here this is an important little tempo. No, it's just, what can I say? I'm repeating myself. It's just bad.
Yeah.
Vichy. We'll study the position. If he comes up with this, he's a big favorite to win the game.
Yep, so that's
His
looking...
hand is reaching for something.
Oh, don't keep us in suspense, Vichy. Are you going to play it? Bishop e3.
It's also a very natural move, developing the last piece, covering f2.
He's going to consider his move. Give it a little bit more thought. And there we see the clock times. Will he do it? I think yes.
Yeah, I think so too.
Okay. Shall we wait for the answer to happen, or will he take his time?
We can give him 2 minutes.
2 minutes.
43-27, Vichy.
Okay. And in the meantime, because we've done a thorough run through the analysis, what can we chat about?
I got nothing. What possible topics are there? I'm not up to date with what we do in the shadows.
No.
Who's the big bad guy? Victor?
No. They're no bad guys.
Huh? This,
No, they're just
the
three
super old,
nutcases.
super evil vampire?
He's not bad. He seemed bad to me.
The Baron.
The Baron, yeah.
The Baron.
What's his name?
Yeah, the Baron. I think they just know it. Yeah. So he seems like he's evil, but then something happens to him.
Ah, okay. Don't
Yeah.
spoil it.
Yeah. Yeah, but they all, what I like about it is that they all get really stressed by his arrival because they all think that he's like incredibly evil and that he could kill them at any time.
That's what I thought.
Yeah. But yeah. And he has a familiar that's like lurking in the shadows. It's a bit creepy, that one.
It's too scary.
Yeah. But I mean, what I like about them is they're just totally nuts and they're naive at the same time. They're like super old. They kill people because that's what vampires do. At the same time, it's like watching 3 babies.
That's naive babies that kill people.
They kill people, yeah. Yeah, they're oddballs. And all the actors are British, actually. Like the
So it's
3
like Game of
vampires.
Thrones.
The 3 vampires are British. But they're putting... Oh, Bishop
Bishop
E3
E3
on the board.
Within the 2 minutes he had. Yeah, this is bad news for Magnus.
Okay. Is Magnus surprised? Did he
I
expect
think
that
he's
move?
surprised, but he's in trouble.
Yeah. He doesn't give too much away though, because sometimes some players, they really kind of give it all away. They're like, yes, oh dear. That was the best move that I thought. But Magnus, he just very pragmatic.
I'm not sure. Do you think he has a poker face? I think usually you can tell if he's
Yeah, but
not thrilled.
usually you
for
can,
example.
but then but then he ends up playing great moves. It's not like, yes, he can show his emotions, but it's not like he's going to get careless and make bad moves. He's going to defend like a lion. I can't use tiger.
No.
Lion is the word.
Yeah. His problem is in a bad position. There are no good moves. He can try to pose maximum problems, but he's in real big trouble.
Okay, talking about trouble, we are getting ready for the round's first Armageddon match between Shakhriyar Mamedyarov and Wesley So, and the handshake. And here we go. They are off. I can't hide the enthusiasm in my voice. I love Armageddon.
Mamedyarov, who understands, of course, that Wesley is very, very well prepared for all mainstream openings, decides to play a somewhat sideline knight of 3, e3, c4, b3, but even this has been played quite a bit recently at the highest level. So I do not think this will put Wesley out of book. Goes for pawn to c5.
And Mamedyarov kind of refraining from doing his typical pawn pushes, g4. Instead, he's kind of playing a much more mainstream version of this.
Knight to c3. This looks wrong already.
That-
No? Pawn
yes.
to d4. Like he's trying to get Wesley out of book, but it comes at a price. I think instead of knight c3, you're supposed to play d4 here.
Right?
When it's still a standard position. Knight c3, knight c6, a3, but now d4, and he's already borderline. Lost is strong, but he's in real trouble. Wesley goes bishop g4. doesn't feel the need to mix it up. That's the problem with Wesley being so strong in the opening that Mamedyarov, in order to get a game, he is taking great liberties here, and he has a fairly bad position to begin with.
Yeah, I don't understand.
Still d4.
It's just crying out to be played. Okay,
There
now
it
it comes. All the pieces have been developed. This is great opening strategy. Accelerate the play whilst the white king is in the middle of the board. I mean, what does Mamedyarov have up his sleeve to force Wesley on the attack? Burn some time on the clock. Move the knight to e4.
d4, but the black position plays itself. Queen to d5. It's just really, really bad. Wesley takes an f3, the move I'm surprised by, because now at least white. There could be some scenarios to look forward to, but maybe Wesley spotted something direct, some knight e5, asking more questions.
Yeah. Well, as long as that black pawn remains
There
on
comes
d4,
knight e5.
I mean, the threats on against the g7 pawn should be quite stable.
Yeah, it's not checkmate or anything. Just if white survives the next couple moves, then he has something to look forward to. But maybe he doesn't.
Well,
Can
how
go
is he
long
going to survive?
castles.
I mean, he has to give up. He has to give up a pawn, right?
Yeah. It looks pretty bad. So.
Yeah, give it up. In the words of Casey and the Sunshine Band, just get it. No.
Bishop e2, d3.
What, d3?
No, but d3, no.
Bishop
He
takes
has missed
knight.
it. And then queen c3. And the game continues. But Wesley is not rattled. Goes rook c8. But now, yeah, white goes f4. I don't know. This bishop f3 I still don't like, or rook g1, because it did make the position messier. Well, if he doesn't take there, just goes queen d5. Anyway, rook g1 played. What's Wesley going to do? King h8. Knight takes e4.
Rook
e8.
e8. Put the
e8.
bishop on f8. Try and play it solid. Well,
So the trick is always if d3
Queen.
is dead, then the queen just goes away. D takes e2, queen e5, and all of a sudden it's white who's in control. But one day it will be a threat. Not sure what Mamedyarov should do. f4 looks normal. This knight goes back, and then some knight g3. I guess white is worse with his bishop shut out on b2, but at least it's messy, which is all he can hope for at this stage.
yep. It is messy. And the clock times are such that Wesley has been playing relatively fast. So he is just under 5 minutes. Well, no, just under 5.5 minutes. Whilst Shakria, he is under 7.5 minutes. So
Such a negative way to see the clock here. Just under 7.5 minutes, just under 5:15.
yeah, I'm a
just-
negative.
Just above 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Still more than 7 for Schach.
That's true. What can I say?
Knight g3.
I'm a pessimist when it comes to the clock.
Oh dear.
Yeah. I'm always stressing about the clock. Are you calm about the clock?
I'm not calm about anything.
Oh, okay. But I'm going to take your point.
D3.
D3, queen c3.
It's not played here. I'm just curious because now he can cover e5, and this bishop has to go here, which looks.
But you
a bit
don't have
awkward.
to. You can
But
carry on the
Wesley-
attack.
Wesley's just playing his more solid move, bishop f8. Now definitely threatening d3. f4 played. And once again, the question is d3 or not d3?
No d3. You've got to keep that dark square bishop locked out.
Yeah, knight g6 would be the obvious move, but then at least the white pieces are getting a bit of a grip on the light squares. Maybe you can think about long castles hide here.
But are there some kind of tactics on the...
He goes d3.
He does go d3.
Oh.
Ooh, okay, queen c3.
Computer
Oh,
does not approve. Computer jumps, saying after queen b1,
queen
what is
pawn.
much better? He has.
Wow.
He's gone for action at the worst possible time.
No.
Move before was fine, but now with the f pawn hitting the knight, it's just bad. D takes e2, f takes
takes.
e5, and everything's gone wrong for Wesley So. Mamedyrov's brazen strategy seems to be paying off now.
And this, does that mean this would be like the first game that Wesley has lost in the Armageddon? He seems to win everything. Let's have a look.
I'm not there
he's
yet.
won.
But he's in trouble. F takes e5. F takes e5 played. Knight has to retreat. Knight d7.
And
Just push the next f pawn. The black pieces all of a sudden don't make a whole lot of sense. I guess he will try to get some counterplay with c4, knight c5. But could be too little too late.
okay,
Queen e4. It doesn't touch the f pawn. But now there's c4. g6. Wesley, play more actively. He's letting me down.
Well, yeah, but now he can go f4.
Yeah,
And
g6 is also more weakening. Finally c4. Intending to go knight c5, but Mamedyarov doesn't allow it. It goes b4. Go a5, Wesley.
then you can go bishop c3 and just kind of say, I insist. Oh, it's on the board. So either go b5, no, you can't go b5 because the knight can
you
come
don't
to
wanna-
c5.
No, just bishop c3, I
Bishop
guess.
c3, keep the position closed, make sure the knight doesn't get to c5, that's it, bishop c3 on the board. Pawn takes pawn is just met by pawn takes pawn.
Knight
Queen,
b6.
what's he
Maybe
threatening?
he's trying to go for d5. But if he wanted that, he could have gone knight f6 and then knight d5.
But is there knight h5?
Is Vichy giving interviews or is he in the confessional? What's he doing? I can hear his voice.
Oh, what's happening there?
Maybe it's just an old interview. Okay, no worries.
Okay.
All right, back to Wesley.
Oh, he didn't play knight h5, he said he just took the pawn. I liked my knight h5 idea just because it contained a cheap threat.
White is so stable now. He can
Yeah.
still keep attacking in the distant future. Bishop d4. A-B. Go c3, Wesley. It's not the time to take pawns. You need counterplay. Trust me.
Is he listening to your advice?
I would think so. There you go.
Yep.
All of a sudden, white position is less stable again. So it's all to play for. What's the clock?
Well, I can tell you.
Wesley just below 3 minutes 30 seconds.
I was just going to say above 3 minutes. He's still got 3 minutes to play for. And they're on move 26. So they will get 1 second increment, which is not a lot of time, on move 40.
F5. Now,
F5, no.
now we're talking. C takes d2.
And
Is it
then-
checkmate?
Where's the checkmate?
CD? I don't see a checkmate.
King, you can't take.
E6.
Oh, E6. Oh, it's okay. What's happening after pawn takes?
Vintage Mamedyarov just trying to break through.
Okay, so there's a
By
big threat of knight
violence.
h5. Knight h5 followed by queen takes knight. Ooh, my trick is on the board. And the queen actually can step forward to e5 once the f6 square is controlled. So looking very, very sharp. And Wesley now with just over 2.5 minutes.
Rook c7, that looks slow. Knight h5
No,
on the
knight
board.
h5.
He missed your trick.
He didn't play it.
No, he did play it.
He
Knight
did.
h5 on the board.
Okay,
Uh-oh.
queen takes knight. It's threatened. Queen e5 is threatened. How are you going to deal with that? Maybe he has to go bishop e. Ooh, that looks terrible.
Ooh,
No,
this
that
went
looks
wrong
awful.
For Wesley, Mamedyarov also.
Okay.
Fantastic attacker.
But hang on a second.
Queen d6
Queen d6,
played.
but you can go. Okay, you can't go queen takes knight because queen
it's
takes
queen
h2.
h2.
Well, neat counter-attacking defense there from Wesley.
Is it enough?
Maybe, maybe not. Because you still have. Actually, you still have queen takes knight as a possibility because queen e5 is still going to make an appearance.
Yeah. So many options. Mamedyarov will think for a moment here.
Oh my god. The computer's top choice is to play the super calm king f3.
Yeah, it's a nice move, avoiding the check.
what are the chances that in the heat of the moment, Vachier-Lagrave is just going to move the king to f3 and go?
I wouldn't rule it out.
You think
He's a nasty attacker.
I think it's much more logical to kind of defend the h pawn.
Yeah, like rook g2 was also my
Yeah.
first instinct, but then no, the d pawn feels more scary again. If there's only one rook guarding it, some rook c1, and white has to give checkmate quickly. He's thinking about it.
Yeah, he has just over 3 minutes. So still lots of time, so he doesn't need to rush.
There he
King
goes, king
f3
f3.
on the board. Gosh, Shaq is a genius.
Queen h2 played. Now I guess the pawn is rook h1,
Yeah.
which looks crushing, frankly. Just covering the knight on h5.
Yeah, rook h1, and then you've got the old trick again.
Yeah,
He
the
can't
old trick
defend
is
the
back.
knight.
No, you can go queen d6 back, because you can't take on d5 because it would be check, but there's bishop e5, for example. Let's see, Magnus catching up on the clock, but his position does look fantastic. He's going for it. Rook h1 played. The queen will have to go back, and now bishop e5 picks up the exchange at least.
It certainly looks that way.
What a mess. No one cares about that pawn on d2.
Oh,
Rook ag1.
rook ag1.
It's just inviting everybody to the party.
Okay, does that work though?
I have no idea. What can Wesley do? fe6, fg6. Still looks...
But maybe he can use the
Superbly
d pawn
scary.
as a decoy.
Yeah, but then it's gone.
That's true. Once it's gone, it's gone. f6. Pawn takes pawn. Queen takes.
Looks like he has to take on e6 and hope for the best, but it's horribly scary.
Oh, but I don't. Would you touch that pawn?
Only if I intended to capture it. Bishop h6,
H6.
what's that about? That looks wrong. Bishop e5, and it's all over. Yeah, Magnus with the attack. It's just
Yeah.
force of nature.
Yeah. He even tried to play this way against the computer, but the computer was having none of it.
No, that's...
Yeah. But now it's actually knight f. If the knight does come to f6, it's going to be even more powerful.
Oh, he
so
just takes the rook.
take the rook.
It's
Take
just
the rook,
resigns.
and after knight takes rook, you can just do what you like.
d1, but
Rook.
there's nothing there.
Yeah.
Knight c7, there's knight f6,
Knight f6 is going to happen, and
fe, fg. It just looks lost.
can you go knight f6 check?
Also possible, but
And
why,
then just-
why give up that horsey?
But then you just basically get an in-game a rook up.
Ah, h6 also hanging. Oh,
Yeah.
of course. Yeah, good point.
Okay, it's on the board.
Did it. King f7.
Ooh. But now you can
Yeah,
take.
fg. Yeah, this
You
is
can
not
take knight
gonna
takes rook,
go
right?
well. Yeah, also or fg, and if black recaptures, you can take on d5 with check. Nah, this is...
And how much time does Mamadjarov have? Well, he has over a minute.
King f6 on the board.
Yeah.
Wesley
Rook
still
takes
fighting,
bishop.
but
Yeah. Close, but no cigar, as they say.
nah.
And now big threat of pawn takes pawn on the board.
Queen c7, queen h4. Ruthless. King e5.
Queen.
You can even go queen g3 and exchange queens, but there are probably more brutal ways, like rook d5, king d5, queen e4 checkmate looks fun. But
Yeah.
queen h2 does the job, and Wesley resigns. Oof, interesting game. Mamadjarov taking a lot of liberties in the opening to confuse the position, get Wesley into a sharp fight, paid a high price. Objectively, he was in big trouble, but in the end, his strategy worked out. He got to show his attacking skills. I still dislike this bishop takes f3 decision, even if it's good, because it just gave Mamadjarov the target he needed. But yeah, what an attacker he is.
Yeah.
This star move. Well, many interesting moves, but this king
F3.
King F3 was
What
amazing.
a defensive, attacking, fantastic, genius. I can't use enough adjectives to describe that word.
Yeah, it's like
Look at
the
that.
old saying goes, for 10 years you train 10 hours a day before school, and then they call you a genius.
He is a genius. What can I say? You know, what a talent.
Yeah, not arguing.
Yeah. King F3. I mean, I really thought there was no chance that he would even find that move. But he did. And such a bold move. Allowing queen takes pawn, you just go rook h1.
Yeah, also textbook, including every piece into the attack. Yeah. Computer says Wesley could still have hung in here with fe, fg, h6, but it looks completely lost as well.
G7.
G7, yeah, computer doesn't care as usually. Rook f7, and it's spotting chances.
Wow. But I mean, most people would just reject this type of chess because it's like, you know, look at that pawn on g7, it's such a danger. But yeah.
Just everything else looked bad too. Tough loss for Wesley, so, and yeah, impressive performance by Magnus, who also, of course, with hindsight, but correctly judged that this was his best chance. Like, play in a provocative fashion in the opening and get a sharp position.
Yeah.
Speaking of sharp positions, Magnus Carlsen is still in a world of hurt against Vachier-Lagrave. He took this pawn, rook b3 played by Vichy, keeping it simple. Doesn't need to go for rook g4, but just changing the structure to position where he has two passed pawns, and in particular, the pawn in b7 will completely bind the black forces. No, it looks pretty bad for the world champion.
It certainly looks bad, but is there any kind of defensive formation that he could adopt?
I don't think he can wait passively. He needs counterplay with the c pawn, which is what he's trying to do. But the b pawn is just so much further advanced. Still, he has to think about how to deal with pawn to c3. How can he do it?
Somehow the queen on h7 is offside. Totally. If I could somehow, I mean, for instance, if you trade off queens like you highlighted, I know that looks bad, doesn't it?
Well, it's white to move. It's white has to do something about c3 or queen d3, but she probably will. He played rook c6, but now queen d3. And Magnus won't make it easy.
No, if you, yeah. And well, we'll take a short break as we get ready for our guest in the studio. Shak Mamedyarov will be joining us to talk us through his victory.
Welcome.
And we're back as promised with Shakria Mamedyarov, and I have to say, nice game. How are you feeling?
Of course, it was not easy game in classical chess because he analyzed all moves till the end game. Okay, of course, I analyzed also this position, but when I analyzed, I think for myself, I never can play this position with black. But obviously, he played. It's absolutely normal for him because he just played very fast, and he think it was easy draw. But for myself, it was not easy draw. But okay, I think he was right. But in Armageddon, more easily because his draw is bad result, and For this reason, you try to play for win. I just play knight f3, c4, b3, like no
Yeah.
theoretical position, but of course it is still theoretical position. But I think it's queen c2 and take d5. It's something like wrong. It's normally because knight is normally queen in d1 when you take in d5. But okay, I just think okay, if queen c2 just to push g4, h4 to play for mate and low castle. But after I think his knight, he take knight c3 and somewhere d4 you need to play immediately. I mean knight c6, a3, d4 like this, and the black should be better, not better. But he played bishop g4. Still, is black is upset and no problem. Is maybe better. But it's for Armageddon game. It is dream position because it's no castle, king in center, and also all piece in game. And he need to think, and he played not very well. Take f3.
Were you happy when he took here? Because then, at least, you get some.
Yeah,
terms,
I mean,
no?
it is like okay. I played many games in this position, classical or rapid blitz. Every time not easy. Every time is tricky position. Every time is some missing moves. But in this position after 94, I was very happy because again it looks very strange position. Here is main problems. If I will do long castle, it will be very interesting. But he take f3, and I think he missed my bishop e2 move. After bishop e2 is d3 is not very strong because queen c3, and again is a very good attack, and still is no castle, but it's absolutely a very good position for Armageddon. Let's do take e4, knight e4, queen e5, bishop f6, queen e4, and very lucky is because bishop b2, bishop d3 move. Yeah, bishop d3 and his idea made, and still after rook a2, g6, rook a2 is still one pawn, and white is okay, it's better. Yeah, I mean, maybe it's not very big advantage, but it still is Armageddon is for good. For classical chess also is one extra pawn. But okay, he played rook e8 and rook c8, and I played rook g1 again for attack. Maybe it was move f4 is also very good inside rook g1. Because here is also not d3 move, d3 queen c3, same idea. But after rook c1, rook e8, now I cannot play f4 because now he can take knight, d3, knight e4. It's a problem. Yeah, d3, queen c4, knight e4, and here is very strong move, queen e5, bishop f6. Bishop f6, and is e4 is I cannot take e4. Yeah. For this reason, I played knight g3. I think after knight g3 is again is very good position, and d3 queen b1. After d3 queen b1, I say okay, I will win this position because it looks f4 d3. Yeah, I mean bishop f4. Yeah, I think I will win because it's two bishops, very strong g line. I think I missed some. Okay, let d3.
So d3 we may was mistaken.
Yeah, I mean yeah, knight g6. Of course, knight g6 you need to play. I mean after d3, of course knight g6. Knight g6 still is, I mean, his positions, I can play some move, bishop b5 also, I don't know, strange move, but long castle. I mean, h4, h5 after, I mean, it's a very good position for Armageddon, and it's absolutely not easy to play with black. And after d3, queen b1 is, I think, is losing position, is absolutely losing because I don't lose any material and very good attack, and I have extra pawn, but I missed some easy winning. I mean, just played queen e4, c4, b4. I think I played good. Of course, somewhere it looks very easy winning. Here, knight b6, maybe f5. You start to immediately f5, and after e6, I don't know, is some. Because king e2, knight d5, I just normally in classical chess you can play in any moves here to play for win, but in bishop d4, yeah, but I just think is for this time control I need to just push all for mate. Yeah, I mean it looks absolutely losing position because no attack, knight h5 or something, million moves, but I think is f5 is very good, and. Yeah, and it was very strange moment here because after rook c7, I think it must have few moves made. I mean, like it's some material. Knight h5, okay, it's a normal move. Knight h5, yeah, but it was very strange. I after queen d6, I just want to take queen d5. I think I calculate everything is winning. Queen d5, queen h2, king d3, queen h5. Yeah, queen h5, but is yeah take, and I just play queen e5, and is easy. I calculate everything. I was very happy. I want to play, but in last moment I see he cannot take it. My mate in queen c2, take mate in to move. Yeah, it is just mate in to move. Last moment. I mean, I just calculate everything, and I play king f3. It is very. I think it's not bad move.
No, we were praising it. It's first move by computer, and the queen is,
but because it's queen f3, knight g3 is safe chess and absolutely good attack. But his main problem is knight g3, I know, queen h2. Yeah, it's only one thing why I not play bishop b5 immediately. Yeah, I mean rook h5, queen d6, and I play rook queen d6, bishop f5 immediately, and resign. I think immediately because I take everything. I just play rook c1 is also winning position. Of course, again, is not. I want to, if not this knight in h5, I want to take g6 and rook h8 mate. But it's knight in h5 is very strange. He's staying knight. But okay, I mean here no move, and it's absolutely. I can take. I think is 5-6 moves is winning. Is here is minimum. Is and after bishop h6, I play bishop b5. Of course, is take g6 is. Mate is also if I can take also f takes g6 and this looks like mate in normal mate. Yeah, I mean take rook g6. It's check. Yeah, I miss check. Yeah, it's still I miss check. Yeah, okay. I missed d1 because I just bishop b5. You take everything. I mean is take you okay. But attack is very good. But if you have more piece and more material, is better to attack and more material. Yeah, it's a double. If no mate, you will win game. But if not mate, okay. I mean, it was just. I think I played Armageddon chess better than classical today. Yeah, problem is he played very good classical chess because he analyzed this position. Again, is basically he can play this position very easily. For myself, I never. If I will play with black, I want to some. To attack some active chess, but he played very easy this position. I don't know, it looks strange pawns and also, but he played very easy. I mean, it's not the first time, but it's, he liked to play like this. For myself, when I analyze this typical position like this, I stopped here. I mean, okay, no chance to play with black, and with white I'm very happy. I think very happy to play this position, but when you play in board, you start to understand it is nothing. I mean, just draw position.
It's the draw position. And did you expect that opening from Wesley in the classical game?
You mean in?
In the classical game, did you expect him to play the semi-Tarash?
No, but okay, he played more than 40 games in this position, but also normally he played this Queen's Gambit, everything. I mean, just okay. I don't know why, but I think he will not play this position C5 because we played many games in online chess, and I won some games in this. I think he will not play this. For this reason, I just little bit surprised. I mean. Also, it was okay for me to play just good position, but it looks like good, but it is not good. Next time I will. Now it is not good position.
Okay. And can we check out the game between Vichy Anand and Magnus Carlsen? What are your thoughts on this?
But it looks very bad position for black after the opening. Yeah, I mean it is because you take d5, everything strange is knight in a5. But now, as I think, is pawn in b7 is not easy to understand because it's pawn in b7. Its main question is winning or not, because if not pawn. Maybe take knight f5, knight f5 after d6. Maybe I don't know. It looks. Maybe white take d6 and after knight e7, rook c8. It looks everything is coming, but d2 not easy. Maybe his problem is if you can also lose this position after, because d2 rook b7 is coming. I mean, I don't know because it looks very bad position for black after the opening. I think it's somewhere is very bad, but this position maybe after queen d3, I don't know.
Yeah, computer says here instead of rook c6, he should have played queen g4, and for computer it's winning.
But
like
it's
knight
not
f5
queen d3 move. It's not. You show queen d3 move, no?
Yeah, no. In the game it was rook c6, and now after
d3.
Queen d3, it's not so easy anymore. Like
yeah, but at queen g4 move.
Yeah, it's at queen g4. Computer was very happy, but now
Queen g4 and knight e5. Yeah, it is coming. Yeah, it looks not easy. I mean, of course, this pawn c4 is very good. I think he just missed. Okay, not easy to say miss queen d3 because you only move to attack d5 pawn. But here, I don't know. I am not sure. I mean, it's very pawn in b7 is looks good, but at the same time it looks very bad because it's not defense. I mean, you just d2 and if change queens. I think it will be draw.
You think it'll be draw?
Yeah.
Let's see.
Yeah. So a very complicated position according to our grandmasters, and so I'd like to thank you very much,
Thank you.
Shakriar, for coming into the studio and giving us your thoughts on your games and also on this game between Vichy Anand and Magnus Carlsen.
Thank you very much.
And
Thanks
good
a
luck
lot.
in the rest of the
Thanks.
games.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, so you can see Anand busy thinking in thought. It was an interesting observation that Shakriar made, that the b7 pawn, whilst looking optically strong, perhaps can also be a weakness at the same time.
If that's a weakness, well, what are strong pawns though?
But he had a point, that the
Sure.
d2 pawn is coming and rook takes b7 is in the air.
Yeah.
And somehow, should white be thinking about capturing the queen, therefore? How is white going to keep an eye on that pawn? So say queen takes queen, which is what we kind of instinctively want to play. And now, we apply good old-fashioned Nimzovich and say a passed pawn is a prisoner, should be kept under lock and key, that kind of rhetoric. Move the
Not
king
familiar.
or something. Really? Yeah.
I never read that book, my system. I don't trust it.
You don't trust it? Okay. Well, I wish people had told me that before I started on my journey of reading it. I read it as a teenager, I think, because everyone was going on about that book.
So much hype. I never got it. I did read it, but
Oh, you did?
like some of the concepts are good, but it just seems like a loose collection
Yeah.
of thoughts, and some are also very wrong, like this overprotection, obsession, and in general all the stuff about pawn chains. So I was always a bit surprised, but I always get in trouble for criticizing it because so many people
You're not
grew
gonna
up on it and think it helped them greatly.
You're not going to get into trouble from me. I'm just thinking, Jan, why did you not tell me? Otherwise, I would have read another book. Sort of, what book would you recommend? That it's not too late for me to read now.
I'm not very. You're much more aware of the recent chess books, like you're on the jury for the book of the year. And
But I'm talking
all
about the
that.
classics.
The classics.
You read and you're like, oh, this is a great book.
One book I really liked is a book called Endgame Strategy by Cheryshev, which, I'm not sure. I think it's a classic. It's about endgames, but more about like concepts and practical advice, and that helped me a lot. It's not, it's quite advanced, I would say, but the concepts I think make sense for everybody.
I think it just came out as a Chessable course with Sam
Could be.
Shankland.
That I didn't know.
Oh, okay. Well, this is one on my never-ending book list. But if it's in a Chessable course, even better. I can just practice in my spare time.
Sure.
And Vichy, deep thoughts, maybe trying to recall all the endgame theories that could help him. But okay.
Apparently,
bit
what
worried.
he should do is just play King F1 to
Oh, as
keep
Nimzovich.
control of the pawn. As Nimzovich taught us, don't let these pawns queen. It's bad. Queen 9, pawn 1.
But I wondered, what is the situation, say, if black were to get greedy? Like, can you do that?
I don't think you're
You're
trying
not
to go rook
rook
d5.
c8.
Probably start with this.
Ah,
and it
okay,
will
yeah,
just
this is a nice
be
idea.
overloaded.
Yep.
If the bishop goes here, then rook c8.
Yeah. Okay, so no time for getting greedy, so this is good news.
And now g6 looks
G6,
normal to me to
now you-
restrict the knight,
Yep.
but apparently it's in time to
Knight e4.
choose another route. This is computer lines, I have no idea, but apparently this works for white. Takes, and now the knight delivers the coup de grace.
But okay, doesn't the game kind of still continue because... No, it doesn't. What am I talking about?
D2, King E2, and King F1 pays off.
Yeah, it does pay off. Yeah.
So that's the compi line, but it's not intuitive to me to take and then play a quiet move. Let's see if Vichy comes up with that.
It wasn't my first instinct, but that's because of...
It's because you read my system.
I did, yeah, and he says the pass pawn is a prisoner, should be kept under lock and key. There's only two things I really remember about that book, and that's the pass pawn bit, and also changer le bloqueur. I thought that was good advice, but it was very, I guess it's been around for a long,
And
long time.
you played both here in one position, yeah? Like you changed le bloqueur, brought the king to block the pawn, and you kept the prisoner under lock and key.
Mm-hmm.
Changer le bloqueur means if you have a rook blocking a pass pawn, try to use the king instead, and the rook can go do other stuff.
Ah, okay. Actually,
I think.
He actually meant it a different way, didn't he? Or was
I
it
think
that
so.
was okay? Yeah. Okay, maybe it was a, because I always understood it to mean that say he has a bishop and a knight blocking your pass pawn, you should change it because the knight's a perfect blockader. So change it to a worse one.
Ah, no, that's
okay.
not what he meant at all.
That's not what he meant. Oh no. Okay. I take it back.
It's also good advice, but yeah. It's just because you never need to learn French because everybody speaks English. Well, of course.
Yeah. Well, Chat doesn't agree with us, by the way. Chat thinks my system is a great book. So we should.
I know Chat thinks so. That's why I always get in trouble. Keep reading it, Chat.
Yeah.
Keep changing le bloqueurs and overprotecting that e5 pawn.
Yeah. Okay. And okay, so Vichy has to make a few kind of precise moves and will still keep his advantage. But he has sunk into deep thought and he only has 16 minutes on the clock and they are on move 32, so it's not like serious time trouble. But there will be no added time after move 40, just a 10-second move increment bonus.
It does look that, Magnus is sort of back in the game, really. Armed with a computer, it's easy to say that this was a key moment. Rook c6, naturally enough, keeping an eye on the pawn. But this was the moment where White still had time to go for the kill. The lines are weird though, but they just work, apparently. Here, boom, changer.
L'attaqueur.
L'attaqueur.
That is a nice counter blow. Okay, so I'm not going to criticize Vichy's choice because to me it looks very natural. So good. And what about the other games? So we have Ariane Tari and Wang Hao. How's that going?
I don't know. Eye test-wise, it looks like Ariane's doing a little better than when we last saw. The knight gets to f3. Computer still says black is better. I don't know. I have a soft spot for the bathtub, so whenever one side has the bathtub, I think they can't be in too much trouble. Nimzovich, where's that bathtub chapter?
It's an antiquated book, according to some players in the chat.
Oh,
so we
my
have some
system
supporters.
haters
Yeah.
unite.
It's a very divisive group.
Very much so,
Yeah.
very much so.
Some people love it, some people hate it. Like Marmite. Do you like Marmite? We tried Marmite.
What is Marmite? Is that strange English food?
Yes.
I've never tried it.
Yeah. Well, it's like this kind of yeast spread, and it's dark, like malted yeast, and it's very popular in the United Kingdom.
The problem is the word yeast sounds.
Yeah. Exactly. It's not like you want to get it out, but I mean, if you have it with cheese, it's amazing.
Okay.
I recommend it.
So you're a fan of a little Marmite?
Yeah, but unfortunately not by itself. You know, you have like a tiny amount of Marmite, and then you put the cheddar cheese, and then you put it's very good. Very, very good. So you'd like it. If you like
Probably.
savoury things, if you like Vegemite, you'll like Marmite. Anyway, so love it or hate it, the bathtub. I kind of hate the bathtub.
What? This pawn structure?
Yeah,
That's
I like-
fantastic.
I
It's
like it.
controlling all the squares.
Yeah, it's going to go wrong. I can see the weakness on d3. That's
Yeah.
going to come and haunt white.
That's upsetting. But yeah, he's still in trouble.
Yeah.
Apparently, because the king doesn't find a safe spot. But time is ticking, and I still think the position looks much nicer than it
Yeah.
used to. He played this cute move knight h4, which Wang Hao took. And at least structurally, white is doing a bit better now. But yeah, still unpleasant for Aryan. Apparently takes, followed by c5. Exposing this king further and breaking up the bathtub
Yeah,
is still trouble.
looks good to me. I like it.
How's Anish doing? Is he making progress? He's still,
Yeah,
still
Anish
in good
is-
shape.
He's doing great if I'm just looking at the position in terms of space. Look at it. He's got a pawn on e5. That to me is a signal to go on the offensive, attack the king. He can put a rook on the d line, as you've pointed out. I mean, what is Rajabov's plan?
Yeah, the problem for Rajava is to coordinate his piece, he would have to move this knight, but then the white knight always
Yeah,
jumps in here. Well,
And-
white also has ideas like knight d2, knight e4, wrestle that square away anyway.
yeah. And he still has in his pocket this like weakness on the light square. So I mean, he can still go bishop d3, bishop b1, attack.
Always going for the checkmate.
Yeah. It's there in his pocket. So he can do it whenever he pleases. And the problem, black can't put a knight on f8. Because you know the rhyme, when you've got a knight on f8, you don't get mate.
Ah, I didn't know that.
Yeah? Bent Larsen. Wise words.
Wow. I lack so much. I lack so much chess education. All
Well,
these
it's not-
Danish guys I never read. Nimzovich, Larsen.
Yeah.
It's Magnus's first chess books and Larsen book, no?
Yeah, that's right, yeah. The thing is though, I just use them for their phrases and expressions.
Makes a lot of sense.
Nothing deeper than that. That's my problem. And I never got as far as criticizing the book. I always took it on face value. This is my problem. I need to read the books a bit more critically and look for the refutations.
Nah, I think it's fine to expose yourself to all kinds of chess information and then let your brain put the pieces together. I don't think one needs to try to refute everything.
Oh, and I was just, so this looks great, but
Yeah.
I just saw that Vichy declined the queen trade.
Yeah, Queen F1, which in a way is logical. He's not allowing the d pawn to get any further. And if like Queen takes d5, Queen takes c4, the position stabilizes, and he'd still be much better with
Yeah.
the passer on b7. So I like it, practically speaking, although we of course know that Compi favored this. Queen f1, what can Magnus do? Can he go e4? Just cement the queen there. Doesn't get chased away now. Rook d1, then b7 is hanging. Rook takes pawn.
Yeah.
But now black takes and white lost a bit of control. Still, tough decisions to be made.
E4 is a
Every
good
juncture
move.
here. Computer's first choice is bishop to f8. Somewhat odd move.
That's very strange.
Maybe just sidestepping some knight f5, but not the first move that comes to mind at all.
No.
Because also, I guess you're still at least dreaming of this bishop doing something active one day. So bishop f8 is strange. But e4 looks
E4
looks
looks-
logical enough. And maybe he's also just trying to evaluate how bad this is. Maybe he just thinks it's tenable.
Doesn't
look unpleasant
feel
though.
like it though.
I can't say if it's lost or not, but unpleasant it looks for sure. how the pawn doesn't queen. Sometimes we can just very slowly try to defend. The world champion in deep thought, but it's probably the best position he's had since, I don't know, since early on, since here. Maybe since b5 even. Now, with great chances to save the game.
Yeah, I like your e4 move. And finally, one game that we should check out is the MVL against Topalov. Because here I predicted MVL would win, did I say?
I think so.
Yeah.
This looks like just a draw now.
It probably is a draw.
Exchange.
And you went for a
stuff.
decisive result somewhere. Where did you go?
I did? No, I said Anish would win.
Anish would win. Yes. Yes, you did. So it looks like you're on track with the predictions.
No, this is a sample line, but I have a feeling this should just end peacefully. Doesn't look like either side is better.
Yeah. So it looks like we might be seeing our second Armageddon game. G5.
Just making moves, but it looks like it's all coming down to some rook endgame with equal pawns,
And then just
one way or another.
Rook E1 and
Yeah, well,
game over. Yeah.
okay.
So, what do you think?
I hear somebody speak.
That's Wesley in the background.
He's being interviewed by the Norwegians.
Yeah. He seems quite cheerful though.
He always seems in a good mood.
Always.
Must be nice. Queen f1. Magnus taking his time. Shall we use this chance to take one more small break and then come back with the dramatic finish of this game?
Yeah, absolutely.
See you then.
Welcome back. And in the break, we actually had another game finish, this time between Topalov and MVL. Sorry, MVL versus Topalov, and that game also ended in a draw, which means we will have our second Armageddon matchup for the day. And how did that game actually continue? It looked like it was heading for a draw. How did the players achieve it?
Yeah, I think all roads led to equality here. MVL went after the f7 pawn. Topalov kept it. h4 threatening g5, but Maxime not allowing it. Goes g5, and here they just agreed to ending it like would recapture with the king. Rook d8, rook, whatever, rook somewhere, and there's not all that much to play for. Would just lead to an equal rook ending. So an Armageddon in the making.
Yep. And we have word that the Armageddon match will take place at 20 to 9 CET, so that's 2040. And excitement on the board again.
Yeah, Magnus, hot take, he's good at chess, like found this move bishop to f8, which we mentioned was the first computer line, didn't look like an obvious move at all, but apparently was very important to sidestep this knight f5 and also maybe safeguarding the 8th rank so he can remove the rook to attack this pawn. Anand takes on c4, and now it looks like Carlsen can, if he so chooses, exchange queens. White recaptures somehow and go rook d7. And this pawn falls, which would just lead to equality.
Easy equality, right?
Yeah, rook c8.
Oh,
And has he done it?
he has done it.
No, he's surviving this very, very dodgy position he had against Vichy. And we might get our third Armageddon here, because now it seems like the problems are gone. White just recaptures somehow rook d7. There's no way to keep the pawn alive. And if this pawn falls, there's not much to play for.
And is there any chance, say for instance, the rook comes up to the c8 and c8 square, and then afterwards just try and say pressure against the f8 bishop?
I don't think so.
Nothing.
Takes.
Yeah, I was kind of hoping maybe if the
F5,
rook
the
stayed
rook
on the board.
returns. Black goes h5, g6. I don't think there's anything. If d6, black goes f6, and the king comes out here.
Oh, and the players making some quick moves. And
Yeah, the sequence is on the board.
are we going to see rook takes rook, or will Vichy try for...
No,
No, he can't try,
will
can he
take-
at all?
He can try rook a1, but rook
But-
a7 comes down to the same.
Yeah.
So he just takes not one to waste time in such situations. I think we're just headed towards...
And the players have actually passed move 30, so that does mean that they can just agree a draw. They don't need to find a repetition. And what about Magnus? Can Magnus now try to play for the win? You know, try to round up the d pawn and use his better pawn structure?
I
No.
really think it's just equal. Here, is there any hope for black? It's hard to believe. g4, king f7. No, the thing is even such an endgame, if Magnus gets everything he wishes for, it's just equal. Like,
The knight can come back. And yeah, totally equal. So barring one player making a horrendous mistake, it looks like we are going to see our third Armageddon. Okay.
Magnus still making... He just made a face. Maybe there's something that bothers him, but it doesn't seem like much could go wrong. Rook d7, not actually threatening rook takes d5, but he's just intending f6, king f7, or h5, g6.
Yeah. I was also wondering whether he could just go g6 as well.
Yeah. I don't think he even needs to bother, but yeah, it's White doesn't have enough attackers.
Yep.
Draw it shall be.
Okay, so we're staking our we're staking our hopes for a decisive result on the game between Anish Giri and Timur Rajabov. And that certainly looks like Anish has a very nice position. After all, there's a backward pawn on c6. It's a target. Look at the black king, totally undefended, and white's rooks have got all the space. Looks like a dream to me.
Yeah, he's still much better. I'm not sure the longer the game continues without white making direct progress, the tougher it might be for Anish to find a way, but he's still very much in control. I don't know, I have the feeling he could have done even better, like now simplified a bit and the light square bishop is gone. But yeah, hard to suggest anything active for black.
Yeah.
I guess it's so bad.
Yeah, totally. I like this knight b3 move that you came up with. I also quite like rook c5, just to... If I was feeling particularly bold, I would, you know, well, well, I'm not sure you know my style, but I was tempted to go f4, f5. And oh, are we going to see a result?
Once again, Magnus has gone for your recommendation, which I said there was no need to, but he's gone just g6, knight h6, king h7, simplifying, and handshake draw.
Yeah, it's over. We are going to see our third Armageddon match of the day. This time, Vishy Anand will face off against Magnus Carlsen, and Vishy Anand, having 10 minutes on the clock, will need to beat Magnus in order to take 1.5 points. The players analysing away, and it's nice to kind of see the players still chatting and being friendly, because after all, they do have a second game to play.
Yeah. Don't give away all your secrets there, Magnus. He's probably saying, yeah. Actually, 7 is ridiculous. I'll play bishop c5 in the Armageddon like a normal person. Not doing this again. Yeah, Magnus Carlsen in real big trouble in this one. Computer-wise, he was certainly lost at some points, particularly this position, where Anand could have gone for this direct attack with queen g4, followed by knight f5, and apparently there's no defense.
Yeah. But I think that's a tricky move to kind of spot. I think it's kind of maybe more instinctive later on, you know, when the queen trade was offered to perhaps capture queens. And I don't know. I mean, it just goes to show what an incredible player Magnus is. You know, he makes one mistake, doesn't matter. He just keeps the game going and plays perfectly. Sign of a world champion. And it kind of reminds me of Seaman Agdestein's kind of quote, where he said, it's very difficult to beat a GM. You know, they're slippery customer. You can't just beat them once. You have to literally keep beating them 15 times before you actually win the game. Yeah.
I've beaten some GMs, I've never beaten anybody 15 times. That's not successful.
But you know, it's like over the board, you know, you have to always be alert. You know, you just can't have a great position. You have to keep on going. You grandmasters are slippery creatures. You know, one mistake, and that's it. You're back in the game. Yeah.
I don't know.
You don't know.
I think there are different cases, but of course, the very best, they are incredibly tenacious as well.
Yeah. And okay, when it comes to Wang Hao versus Ariantari, it looks like a great position for Wang Hao. The queen looks like it's going to come into d3. What is the white king doing? Is there not pawn takes a4? I mean, I like pawn takes pawn as well.
No, it looks
bad.
The king is too open. Wang Hao still in control. He has already won this game 11, 12 times, so let's see if he can find some more.
Yeah, but it's not over until it's over. Until the handshake comes
4 to
on.
go. King b2.
Okay.
Now, that looks like a nice square for the queen.
Yeah. Should you capture the pawn or should you just have that in your pocket?
I think you wait because you don't want to open the file for the rook just yet, but it could come in handy at a later moment. Not sure.
Yeah.
Oh, what's the... It's move 27. Wang Hao down to 6 minutes.
Yeah, that's true actually. I hadn't noticed that important factor. You know, will not be playing on increment until they reach move 40, and then he will get 10 seconds on the clock, which is not that much time if you've only got seconds remaining on the clock. So yeah, still chances for Ariane to save the game.
He's taking his time. I'm not sure if he's much of a time trouble addict, Wang Hao. I have a feeling he's used to being in time trouble, but I'm not quite sure. He's reaching for the queen. Will he go forward?
Yes, do it. Put the queen on d3. It's a nice square. I mean, maybe is he afraid of queen g6?
Maybe.
Coordinates don't come easy to me. Anything to do with numbers.
I understand.
And also, I've trained myself out of thinking.
Yeah. We should switch. Like, can he go forward with the queen?
Yeah.
Attacking
The rook and the knight.
attacking the tower and the horsey.
Yeah. And the answer is yes, by all
He
means.
could do it, but maybe the knight can move backwards in a diagonal fashion, thereby extracting itself from the attack and covering the rook, catching two. No, you don't say that anymore. No, I was going to say two birds with one stone, but I think we got rid of that expression.
Yeah, there's a few expressions you're not allowed to say anymore, and with good reason. But
What do we say instead?
I don't know.
Feeding two birds with one scone?
Yeah, you could use that one. I like it.
Different meaning though, right?
Yeah. But I think scone is like a very English
Yeah,
cake.
yeah.
Very
It's
British
very dry,
one.
no?
Yeah, but not when you have it with jam and clotted cream. It's very good.
Can you use Marmite with your scone?
No, you can't use Marmite. Marmite's savoury. But you know, they have used Marmite in a lot of things. They even put it in ice cream, which we were like, not sure that's going to work. But you never know. The Marmite lovers out there say maybe it worked. But I have to say, Marmite flavoured cashews are great.
I'll try it. I
Okay,
shouldn't.
you shouldn't dismiss things
Gotta
that
be
you haven't
open
tried.
to
Yeah,
new
exactly.
experiences.
Exactly. You might suddenly realise that, you know, the world is open for different tastes, like brown cheese. Do you like brown cheese?
Big fan, big fan.
Big fan.
It's the Norwegian national dish, no? We always import it from Norway.
Yeah.
it's good stuff.
And you're not just saying that because we're in Norway.
No, it's true. I do like it.
Okay. So rook f1. What did he play in the end? He played
went
king
a6.
a6.
Just making a luft. Rook c1. Yeah, it's still trouble, but there's no decisive blow imminent. And the clock is ticking.
Ooh, just over 4 minutes. I've got to
There
be,
you go.
I've
Under
got to
four-
be more
under
positive
4:08.
about this, yeah. Because then it kind of might reset my mind and just kind of think, oh yeah, you got lots and lots of time. Okay, so 28 is what I wanted to find out.
Rook
So
d8.
still some time trouble. Rook e, rook d8.
But it doesn't look like he has a direct threat still. Just trying to stabilize here.
But then,
Can we take the pawn?
do you have to do something?
We don't have to, but it's a pawn.
Okay. Take the pawn. What is Ariane's plan after that? So maybe you just now you come down to queen d3.
Yeah.
You've got to defend the pawn.
We attack.
You attack. Oh no.
There's Maxime ready for the Armageddon, but he's always early. We shouldn't overreact to Maxime being there. Just like sitting at the board.
Yeah. I've noticed that actually, you know, he's one of those players that gets there early, gets himself into the right mindset, maybe probably does a bit of visualization. I don't mean this kind of like in a cheeky way, I actually mean it in all seriousness. You visualize yourself playing a great game and just get in the zone. I mean, athletes do it all the time, so it's no surprise to me if chess players do it as well.
Interesting. So you think he's telling himself, I am a rock, I am an island.
Yes.
Pawn to e4 played.
And my opponent is the scissors. Okay, let's go check out the Armageddon.
Oh, the Spanish.
Ooh.
Maxime, big fan of the Berlin endgame. But not this time, he goes rook e1. That's an interesting choice for a must-win. It's supposed to be a little dry. Topalov knows his Berlin theory.
But I've noticed that in the Armageddon matches, the player with the white pieces almost always chooses e4.
Yeah, that seems to be the trend. They seem to be more stuck in d4. But this particular line I find surprising because it's considered to be so dry. Knight c3, now bishop f6, followed by rook e8, or knight e8, also a main line, and I think
d4.
it goes, now bishop f6, followed by d5.
Yep.
I don't know, it's very little.
But it could be enough, especially with the time situation, because of course Maxime has started off the game with a 3-minute time advantage. And that is going to count in the later stages of the game. And we see b3.
What's he doing? Bishop a3?
He wants bishop a3 followed by knight takes pawn. But okay.
Just fine, c6, knight to d6. I don't think he's putting that much pressure on Vachier-Lagrave just yet.
Yeah. The moves are coming quickly. And I'm guessing knight to e2 maybe? Knight to e2, c3, knight to f5 and ask questions to the light square bishop.
Goes queen f4, bishop back. I don't know. I think Vachier-Lagrave is just fine. Not what you would usually expect. In an Armageddon, Maxime might still win because he's faster. He's the World Blitz champion after all, but the opening hasn't been very impressive here. Black's just rocky solid. Bishop d3, I guess you try.
But I have to say one thing with Maxime, he's been playing very, very quickly, so it does give the appearance that he knows what he's doing. But now he's taking a pause. So I agree, bishop d3 looks quite natural. Maybe you can follow that with rook e3, have some fun.
Take on h7, checkmate.
Yes.
Here it comes.
Checkmate ends the game.
g6, he spotted it, he spotted the threat. At h4, allez.
Yeah, you're onto something, Jan. This is gold dust, h4. Is he
There
going to
comes,
do
there
it?
it comes.
It comes.
Ooh.
It's scary. I don't know about you, Jan, but I'm quite worried.
Knight c8, Topalov's scared too.
Yeah,
oh, no,
g3.
knight e8 you went.
What did you do?
Take 6 now, h5, allez.
Yep.
Queen f6, or do you go g5? Yeah, he plays queen f6, all very natural.
Oh no.
But
the
he's
queen's-
blundered a pawn. He's blundered a pawn.
Oh.
HG and bishop g6. Oh, and head shake, yeah.
Oh no.
The h pawn does it again.
Oh.
Topalov not thrilled by this turn of events.
Well.
Just gives up a
But it
pawn.
is just a pawn.
Yeah, it's a big pawn.
It is a big pawn.
So now also the king is exposed. Maxime can return, then bring the rooks. There will be all kinds of mating attacks.
Yeah.
Oof. Vachier-Lagrave.
And
To
well,
h5, you
he's
probably
got
had to
no
go
time
g5.
to regret. He has to put the past behind him and move forward. Forrest Gump's mother said that apparently.
Really?
It's good advice, yeah.
I only know the chocolate part.
Yeah, life is like a box of chocolates. It is. And okay, he has to put it behind him and perhaps just go into repair mode. I don't know, step the king forward to g7, put some rooks on the h line, just
think it's
Just
too
get
late.
going.
So critical of Maxim's opening, and then he just wins easily.
I wasn't that critical.
It's true.
And
true.
when you spotted the h4, that was it. We knew he had it in the bag. I thought, look, and Topalov going for my plan of just putting a rook on the h line.
F3, bit cautious, but
Yeah.
Maxim thinks
He
one
ju-
pawn is enough. All he needs to do is stabilize.
Yeah, it is enough. But Topalov has to be inspired by the fact that if he can just hold the position, achieve mission impossible, then he will pick up 1.5 points.
Still pretty bad. Rook H1.
Yeah, totally. But you've got to be an optimist when you're defending. Otherwise, what is the point?
G4, nice move. Preparing King G3 and Knight F4. No, this is gone. You really need a black pawn on G5 here to defend such positions. And he gave it away.
Yeah, very sad. Okay.
Yeah, so White's position
B6.
plays itself. King G3, Knight F4, Rook E1. Something's gonna give.
Yeah, and well, Maxim has just under 7.5 minutes, loads of time to just think and just steady his nerves. And Knight F4 is
he's
looking
very nervous.
great. Bishop, I mean, Black has got no good pieces, no way of gaining compensation at all for this. Pawn, yeah. And what about the other Armageddon game? That's going to kick off soon as well.
Doesn't look like it has yet.
Okay.
This one's pretty over. Let's see if Anish is breaking through. He took a pawn.
Oh, that was a pile up on the C line.
Yep,
Yeah, it's looking good for Anish.
Great shape, and Wang Hao down to 2 minutes.
Oh, but his position looks really good. Look at the danger the Arians, the king, is facing.
I know, but the queen here, changer le bloqueur.
Yes. And I guess now's the
This
time
happened, queen
to
G2.
recover some lost material. And now things are even.
Yeah,
And one can relax.
doesn't look so bad. Rook E1 by Maxim. Okay, well, let's see.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, that's the wrong Armageddon. Here we are. Let's see how he converts.
And Veselin with 3 minutes on the clock. Still lots of time. The position
C4,
is just bad
I
though.
didn't like C4 somehow aesthetically because I thought he'd take and C5. Some pawns disappear, but probably C5 he can take and Rook E5. Yeah, so it's also hopeless.
Well, any chances now based on the case? C5
This looks fine.
looks good. Where is the knight going to go to? Pawn takes pawn.
Guess he takes a Knight
Yeah.
B7, but Rook E5, black. So all these weak pawns, pawn down.
And his king is cut off. I mean, the bishop will also put herself on E4 and new target pawn, Rook E5. You can see Maxim making the move on the camera.
It's still hopeless. Seem very good technician as well. He's
Yeah.
not going to give any chances here.
No. No, you can. You. Okay. Any hope? No hope. But then the situation is just a bit sad for Rajabov.
For
No, not
Rajabov, yeah, also,
Rajabov.
but,
I meant Topalov. For Rajabov as well.
yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, Topalov thinking, he's trying to come up with the defense. It's a
H5,
very
yeah.
difficult position. Now Rook is coming to the 7th line.
No, it's just dead lost. He's going to try Rook G5, but Rook H6. And sooner or later, everything will fall.
Yeah, and he's going for your idea. Rook H8.
So check first.
That's
Even
nice.
better, Rook G8, Rook H6, yeah.
And now the king can't step forward because of the check on h7. Can't drop the rook back because of rook h6. And
Or rook h7, then rook g7, rook h6, just at some moment rook h6. Maxime thinking about it, might be other options. Knight g6, check. Looks pretty good as well. But I like rook h6.
I like rook h6. Just go for a new weakness. I mean, is there any hope, you know, because there might be knight takes pawn and another set of pawns leave the board, and I'm aware that white has two amazing passed pawns on the king's side. It's going to be a big, big ask.
They'll get the job done. Knight takes c5. White just goes bishop c4.
Shall we?
That's the rook.
So this does look like it's heading to a quite straightforward win, but there was time trouble in the game between Ariane and Wang Hao.
Yeah, this does look like it's more dramatic. Wang Hao, he's going to make it to move 40 there at move 39, but at what price?
Yeah.
Because now it seems like Ariane activated. Rook to c5. Who's better and why?
Yeah, it looks like Ariane is doing okay. Black's king is also in trouble. a6 is coming, and Ariane has played a move. He's played rook c5,
I'm guessing. Yeah, hitting the bishop.
And Wang.
d3 check. He blundered the bishop.
No.
He did.
He did.
He hung the bishop. Can we get the camera?
Yeah, we have to get the camera because there's rook takes bishop on the board.
What is he doing? Do you think? I don't know what he thought. Rook e8. Queen
No,
takes
he's blundered a bishop.
Yeah, but.
And I can hear the Norwegian commentators going crazy. He must have just thought that he could play rook e8 or something.
Yeah, but it makes no sense. First of all, it's queen takes, but also bishop c3 or bishop f4 just covers it. Move 40, he's made the time control, but a bishop is a high price to pay for it. Now it's just game over. Maxime, in the meantime, is still converting smoothly here.
Yeah. And meanwhile, we actually have a result in the Anishgiri game. He beat Rajabov. So, well, we'll have to go back to that one and find out how he did that. But in the meantime, let's keep an eye on Ariane Tari. He's just a piece up. It's all over for him. He's going to win. And just...
Yeah, it's also move 40... 41 by now. It needs a bit of precision, but with the extra piece, it's hard to believe anything could go too wrong. Bishop to f4, for example. Maxime's still busy converting his extra pawn.
Yeah. Yeah. So maybe we go back to the Armageddon game. A piece is a piece.
Yeah, this is still fairly hopeless. Yeah, not much to say. Topalov will either lose on time or on g-pawn. King g3, rook c3, threatening knight e4 check. And bishop h7. Does parry that.
Yeah. And the pawn will escort its way to its coronation square. Now g5 is coming.
a5. He's hoping for g6, knight e4 check, but not something Maxime would typically miss. Bishop b1 is nice, covering a2 and e4. So now the pawn is free to move. King e7, I guess he will try, but knight g6, knight e5. It's completely hopeless.
And Topalov with just 25 seconds on the clock. It's game over. Knight 95.
Bishop e8.
Yeah.
You can either take on c6 or just keep pushing the g-pawn.
Yeah. Smooth
we're
conversion.
being joined by Our first winner in classical chess today, Anish Giri, is here. Get him mic'd up, where we're seeing the last moves of Maxime versus Topalov, where the cheap one.
Was Vichy winning today?
It's very hard to stop.
Yes.
He was winning it.
Yeah, I felt so. Probably like positional as well as concretely, yeah? Or it was not that simple?
Yeah, there was one moment.
Yeah, maybe, okay, of course Magnus was resisting very well. I liked what he did. C4, queen d3, all this stuff.
Yeah, no, the cleanest moment, okay, easy to say sitting here with computer, but it was somewhere. You can't see the board here?
But I can look like this. Yeah, here of course he's dominating,
Here,
but is it so?
Yeah, instead of rook c6, queen g4 just wins move by move.
Okay, but I mean, it's not at all obvious that it wins, yeah?
No,
The computer wins, yeah.
But computer just wins it somewhere
Yeah, I mean,
else.
I felt at this point, obviously, like few moves before that, of course, his position is overwhelming. But I think Magnus did fight. I mean, he has a c-pawn. It's like far from like winning, yeah, in a human sense.
No, he made it very tricky because the position looked so horrible. But
of course, the engines, of course, they find the wins when, as long as they're there, the engine will find it. So
they are pretty good, but yeah, missed chance for Vichy. I'm
yeah,
not
but
sure
I
what
mean,
Magnus
can you
missed
tell me
really.
why Magnus went bishop takes d5 and knight a5? Isn't that a very odd operation? Or
I thought it was
he's
a
an
move
expert?
earlier because after knight d2, at least to me, it looked normal to play bishop f8 and if knight f1.
Of course, bishop
now
f8 is
you
Magnus.
take.
Rook bishop f8. That's his
Well,
like
that's what he does
the
all
only
the
thing he
time.
knows, right? He won world championship with rook bishop f8.
Exactly.
But
now you have a square for the knight
okay,
now, and
that's
it's
entirely
normal.
different. I mean, I don't like the knight. And also, I was thinking sometimes they play this move knight b8 in such positions, you know? Like
Yeah,
instead
yeah.
of bishop f8, even instead of bishop f8, you can go like knight b8. But okay, it's probably here horrible. But sometimes they do that to threaten knight takes d5
Maybe.
and force the trades. So I was surprised because, of course, he did it because he had some very deep point. But like he was probably too deep because on the surface, just the knight is just very bad, yeah. And
No,
I
I
guess
think
that's
here
just
it's already suffering, no?
There's just but is it couldn't Vichy do multiple things here as well that are better or
Yeah.
it's just
Oh,
Yeah, it was,
Copy wants queen g4, for example.
I wanted
it
queen
seems
g4,
to
yeah. I didn't see, of course, rook e2. I thought queen g4, yeah.
Yeah. And the Armageddon game has just started.
Okay, let's
Who
follow
do you
that.
hold as the
Let's follow
favorite?
that. Okay, Magnus, of course, favorite in the Armageddon.
Okay.
Like by far, I think. But maybe
Is he going back to bishop e7?
bishop g5, bishop g5. Bishop e7, of course, he goes. So bishop g5 Italian is not on the menu.
No, looks like he's.
Oh,
Going
bishop
away,
g5
but
Italian
here
is on
we
the
are.
menu. But still a chance to go bishop e7 back in this version, which Magnus, I think, will use.
With h6 or
Yeah.
without? No,
Yeah.
he goes back directly.
Just to be sure, right away.
I'm pinning.
Knight c3, yeah, that is correct. Sometimes bishop can return now to e3, now that you haven't kicked it away.
Yeah, at some point I felt very clever because I thought of this. Don't go h6 but go bishop e7 directly, but computer was still
Yeah, I
annoying
had
me
the-
with this bishop e3
Yes,
back
I had the
play.
same
Yeah.
thought at some point, and then later, indeed, I also realized that bishop e3 is there.
No easy way to chicken out there. a4, a5.
It's the computer
A6.
stuff. a4, a5 is like, nowadays the engine say go a4, a5. It's
Any
very
position,
good.
yeah, we see it
It's
every
very
day.
good. Space became a factor, while I think many years ago it was not at all a thing. Like people would never grab space just for fun. Now we do it just like this.
Yeah.
Bishop g4, wow, what happens after h3? Does he have some trick? Does he have some knight e4?
He wants to take knight d4,
Queen
knight
d1
e6.
and c6, yeah?
It's-
Nice.
yeah, or c6 first maybe. It's typical Dubov operation.
There is not, no, there isn't, yeah. h3, take knight d4, queen d1, yeah, it's... Interesting version of their earlier. In fact, it's the same position, but just bishop is on g5 or bishop on c1, right? If you think about it.
Yeah.
Quite interesting. Can't be bad to have a bishop on g5, but anyway, the bishop is heading towards e3 square probably.
Yeah, because Dubov had some games, I'm not sure what the move order was, but where he does
Yes,
this with the bishop on
match.
c1.
Correct,
Yeah, exactly.
correct.
But in this type of position, doesn't White have like a nice advantage just by retreating?
I
and
always thought
then-
so as well, yeah. The only thing is that black can grab space very easily with d5 or b5, and also his knight on d4 is super stable. And if you trade it with knight e2, then d5 comes, so black at least has a lot of space, but I do also value this bishop tremendously. In my Italian course, I give this position an advantage for white.
Has advantage for White. Okay.
Yeah, because the Italian course is for white, so
Yeah,
it has to be advantage for white.
of course.
It's a very cool thing we have going there with this like stocks, yeah? The Aryan with the green up, 6 points, all this.
Oh yeah, that's true. S&P 500
Yeah,
down
it's just,
2%.
just 24. Yeah, the Chinese stocks lately, of course.
Van Hou, you mean?
Yeah, it was a little...
96 back, yeah, he didn't take en
96,
passant.
Yeah, now it's interesting which knight we should take, because Vish will take a knight. Vish loves taking knights. Oh, wow.
Bishops.
Interesting, because Vish is known to like the knights, but okay, of course, if he also knows that bishop pair is a good thing, yeah?
He's probably heard of it.
Yes, probably heard of it. One of those. Queen f3, do you play or not? Yeah,
I don't know.
you do.
Queen f3, 92, something.
Interesting that the pawn on a5, it's sort of a weakness, potentially.
Oh, that's stupid, no? After b5.
Yeah. But I guess it's not a big deal. Bishop, the fact that white has a light square bishop is quite important. Yeah, if you want to go d5, you go before d5. But I guess, oh yeah, Magnus is heading towards the 4 knight, 97 bishop g5 plan. It looks very sensible. But maybe queen g4 he has to be a bit aware. Maybe knight e8 to go to c7, support.
King h8, knight g8. Play like Lila.
King h8, knight g8 is in every position.
Of course.
Yeah. And white's plan presumably is to go 92?
Yeah, I think 92 knight g3 is a thing. At some point you could consider like pushing the f pawn, right? Like somehow, but now the queen is in the way, but like in the long term. I guess 92 first is how you begin.
Yeah.
Now the question is, do you go d5 or not?
Yeah,
he has to go. I go back, you go forward. That's the rule.
That's correct. Knight g3, bishop c5 maybe, yeah? You activate your pieces a little bit.
Switching.
Yeah, sometimes you do some ED, CD things, but I guess here, c3.
Bishop c5, maybe there's some.
Magnus a little bit thoughtful, because I guess the players, they haven't switched too much yet from the classical chess mode. It's quite thoughtful.
Yeah, what do you think about that? Is just over 4 minutes? Plenty of time?
I'm so thrilled today that I don't have to play Armageddon. You can't imagine, like, just the relief, sheer relief of not having to go through this. Though I have to say that today's game of Vachier-Lagrave was like, wow, like very spectacular. I don't know how it looked with the engine, but without the engine in the playing hall, it looked very spectacular.
It was spectacular.
Engine wasn't a big fan of the opening, but of course he did it on purpose to get some play.
Yes, on purpose. Yeah, I'm not sure these people what they do on purpose. I don't, but it happens that way. I think he was like going queen c2, a3 before knight c3, which is very shady. And then Wesley looked like he was about to punish, and then this d3 didn't work. Yeah, he found this very clever idea provoking d3.
It seemed the way that Shaq was talking is like he'd worked out like the nuances of the position before.
I doubt. Do you think so?
I don't know the way he was talking. He was very confident.
He worked them out during the game, and then he's confident. I think.
Yeah, maybe.
No, the opening is like minus 150, so you can't.
I think he just figured it out like during the game. Sometimes Shah gets in the zone, and he comes after the game, and he starts spitting you with facts, you know. And you are like, wow. There was this one game, like in Shamkir, he beat someone, I think Navarra, and then he came to the press conference and he gave a ginormous masterclass, and everybody was like, okay, that's why Shah is Shah, you know. So much calculation happens.
And
what's Vishy doing? Is going for the isolated pawn, but e4,
E4.
And there's no isolated pawn, no?
Yeah, but still, it's a playable position. I targeted the d5 pawn, right? It's playable, but I guess Magnus is kind of happy with what happened in the last few moves.
So he plays like queen e3, knight d3, some f3 maybe?
Knight d3, what about before bishop b1? Knight b2, yeah? You have knight b2, otherwise knight is trapped for bishop b1.
Maybe it shouldn't go forward.
I like knight b2, knight c4, and then maybe bc or bc, I don't know. Bc.
And
queen takes f6. Queen takes f6 is one of those beautiful positional sacrifices that I never make.
Happening now?
no.
How bad is it, you think? Take them before, do you want to collect the d5 pawn?
Maybe.
What is Comp saying?
If you win, it's
genius.
It's a great masterpiece, no? But if you see the -4 after b4,
-4, before, black plays before, yeah? It's important. It's important. You know, I'm like generally, I like to give my queens for material for other pieces. That's what I'm very famous for.
But more pieces,
and then get -4. It's this kind of things that I do.
Yeah. But actually, it does look like Vishy is somewhat struggling in the position because his queen has been
Bishop
pushed
b1.
back.
I'm going to win your push back only to move forward, Karpov style. Bishop b1, bishop takes d3, collect the pawn.
Let me show you the trick, because I have the engine running, which you will be surprised to hear.
Knight takes F2.
Ooh,
Knight takes F2. Yeah. Yeah.
and he spotted it.
He also has the engine running. So
Yeah.
the only question is, okay, Magnus though he can be super fast. Yeah.
Later, but sometimes he overdoes it maybe a little bit, no? Ah, but Vichy's missed the
Oh,
trick.
knight F2.
Oh, F3, not F2, even cooler.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, but
Vichy
now
just looks at the clock and he's like, "Show me what you got." You don't have the mouse now, unlike with your Lichess games. So show me what you got.
okay, 2.5 minutes left for the world champion, and it's move 24. So they've still got a fair few moves before they get that 1 second increment.
But isn't White having a very decent position in terms of potential flagging opportunities? I think it's very decent. Queen d3. I mean, I don't even think White is worse, and I have easy play. Queen
But he
d3.
can speed up, no? Rook e7, rook e8, g6, and try checkmating. Like, he can become very fast.
I think it's very flaggable. Okay, yeah, I see what you mean. If you get g6, king
Once the
g7.
attack starts going.
Yeah. Yeah, Magnus is also like very quick, not only in terms of like literal speed, but quick at making good moves.
Okay, we're going to see, is it rook f5 on the board?
Rook f5, I don't like it. No, rook f3.
Rook
Anyway,
f3.
g6 I want. I don't think you should give that tempo. Yeah, g6, king g7 is... Been there, done that.
No, but he's taking a lot of time, no? Rook e7, rook e8, or g6.
He completely in the classical game mode. He's
jumps there.
G6.
not... Didn't get the memo. But it's so hard to switch, really, so hard. Also, Vichy is thinking, but Vichy has
He
much
has the
more time.
liberty, right? So rook f1, doubling up on the f line, and knight h5.
No tactics, yeah. G4 just... Why not G4 just push you back? Not sure about knight h5.
Yeah, it's...
Or is G4 just a weakness?
No, but what else?
Could you try and trade off knights?
Yeah, Vichy should go G4. Trading off knights for home.
For
I don't think... yeah, there he
Yeah,
comes.
G4 you have to? Oh, back, yeah?
Yeah.
Not even to G7, okay. And maybe knight G5, oh, okay, knight G5 is not possible. So knight 4, knight G5 I thought.
Step. What about
There comes the knight.
knight to f4? Okay, there's no tricks at the minute. There's no knight takes pawn. So
This was like, you know, these YouTube videos from the 90s, yeah? When Vichy played Kasparov, except that it's not Kasparov. But the
Yeah, I
way
like
he plays
watching
is the
those,
same,
those
the way he plays is the
Intel
same.
Grand Prix.
Yeah,
or
yeah, and
something.
you're like Daniel King and Maurice
Yeah.
Ashley here, you two of you.
94.
but okay,
Repeating
is there a
moves.
problem?
Oh, Anna in a
We-
must-win
Yeah,
situation.
but come
Yeah.
on. He has lots
G2.
lots of play left for Armageddon standards, I think.
Yeah, also
Very
objectively it
decent
might not have been good. Like, rook g2, now g5 is looming,
Yeah, h6,
h4.
H6, H4.
Yeah,
although.
yeah, yeah. No, and Carlsen down to
Also,
1
he's
minute.
He's thinking, yeah. Well, he has the pawn. He's in between a thinking mode, but
He's
it's
drifting,
really,
yeah.
it's really
H6.
time to flag. H4, Vichy, H4, of course.
h4 will come.
Yeah, will come. Just G5, I guess, will also come. Like by H4, G5, H8, G or something, and then
and
it's a
then
bit of a mess. Knight H5, maybe.
yeah, but black feels like they're doing okay, right?
Not with this clock. I think, given the time, black is in a huge trouble.
Yeah.
g5 played.
I think the position is not simple enough yet to be coasting. But if anyone, it's Magnus will manage, of course. But
Yeah. Well, Magnus closing in on that 1 minute.
knight H5 I don't like actually. Knight takes and F5 maybe I got rid of my only active piece. Maybe knight E2 back.
Knight h3.
H3. Okay.
You know, threatening rook f5.
Rook F5.
Rook f5 now.
We should send that rook F5, rook H8, but something should be there. Queen
Rook f5. He's playing it, so he's
Rook H-
attacking.
Rook H8, knight G5. Yeah,
G5.
there is no. Rook H8, knight G5. There is no real
There's nothing, right?
nothing. Vichy. Should call him out.
Well,
Vichy's gonna
He's
call
not
him
bluffing. Knight g5 takes and king f8. And
He's not bluffing, yeah?
No.
But Vichy nonetheless calls.
Oh, rook h4.
oh no. So rook h8 is going to come.
He's got 1 minute, by the way. Still a lot of time. And
Yeah,
he
they're
logged
close,
into.
close to move 40, but
Dr.
now
Drankenstein
bishop
logged in.
d5. Bishop d5 turns the tables.
Oh, Bishop D5. Yeah, Vichy will spot that probably.
It's typical Vichy
Yeah,
tactics.
yeah, of course. Like that game against Kasparov.
Are there any tricks with knight takes pawn?
There he goes.
Hello.
Yeah.
Oh,
Jeez,
bishop
Jesus.
takes pawn.
So good. So good.
So controlled.
Look at the clock also. He
Yeah.
started with 3 minutes more. He's still 3 minutes more.
Yeah. Okay, so is there any way for Magnus to defend against this? Knight takes bishop is not possible. Magnus down to
practical
40
chances.
seconds.
Practical
Take
chances,
in
but-
king f8 and hope for the best here, but it doesn't seem like it's working. You should have done it without.
Is bishop f7 there or not?
When after king f8?
Yeah. Do you want, of course, bishop f7, get it over with?
No, there's rook e1.
Queen f4, yeah, is there?
Rook e1 counter.
Yeah, and king f2, queen f4 or something. Or even rook h1, rook h1 even. All kinds of-
Someone's mate here. Queen f4,
Yeah, it's just
rook
mate.
h1.
Okay, we should not get
queen
mated.
f1.
Okay.
Let's not.
Oh, sorry.
It just was tempting to end the game right away, but it's not possible. Actually, Magnus has queen g3 maybe, yeah? Is a move. Queen g3 maybe is a clean one.
Yeah.
That's
Also very Vichy. Now
Yeah.
he's taken his pawns. Let's exchange queens.
Yeah, makes perfect sense.
It's just over now. The b7, b5, a6 are weak.
But it's incredible, you know, like Magnus is also in a good shape right now. Like last 2 games he won, so there is no need for he's just Vichy playing well. It's just unbelievable the level Vichy is showing.
It's incredible to see Vichy with the second wind in his sail. So queen g3.
Also, it's
Off
back
a
to his
trade.
old style. Yeah, e4, nothing spectacular, but like when there's any chance, just natural
Yeah, I
looking
do have
moves.
to
it's
say, of
very
course,
nice.
the players, of course, don't play like the most, you know, the most theoretical stuff against him, but for a reason, because he has ideas every now and then. You don't want to get burnt. Queen g3, he's doubting at this end game. He thinks, is it completely winning? And he thinks maybe I have something more. But I think there is nothing more, right?
No.
Like
It's actually the only winning move.
Okay, then he will find it, because he sees queen g3, he's just thinking, is it enough? And he thinks, is there more? But there is no more, so he will just do it.
No, no,
What?
No,
bishop
he drops
f3.
it back to bishop f3.
Oh, but now
and
some queen of...
No,
we
rook
praised him too
e1,
much.
rook e1, rook h1, and it's enough counterplay.
Why didn't you go queen g3?
Yeah, surprising.
He must have seen some kind of ghost of a draw there.
Also, Magnus down to 17 seconds. There at
Oh.
move 39.
Okay. Queen
But
of
he
4 I
doesn't
also
go.
like, but I like that move.
Queen f4 is also fine. Yeah?
It's a human move. I like that move.
And rook e1 threatens. Okay, so
Ah.
rook e5.
That's nice bailout.
Rook h3 is the move.
Can you start checking?
8 seconds, guys.
Is
8
it rook
seconds. 8
takes-
seconds. What is the move? Is it move 40 at least?
Yeah.
Now they made move 40. Yeah.
Okay,
Okay,
but
so
you
it's
just
1
get
second
1
increment.
second increment, so things are still.
Where's just 20 for
incredibly
popcorn,
shaky.
guys? Where's just 20 for popcorn?
We don't have any, but the players are providing enough entertainment for us all. So Magnus just up 1 pawn down, but the position is wild, and he only has 1.5 seconds left on the clock. Or is it 5 seconds now?
Yeah, 5
King
seconds with 1
coming.
second increment.
Okay.
King f2, rook h3. Mistake.
Okay, but I mean, the fact that he made that move is already an achievement. So let's not. Every move made is an accomplishment at this point. Queen d4 or what?
Queen d4, yeah.
Yeah, bishop queen d4. Bishop b7 in the end. The a6 pawn is gonna fall.
Yeah.
Let's go. Let's go. Queen d4, centralize.
Queen d4 offer trade of queens. Yep, makes a lot of sense. What about
Queen
giving a
g5.
check? Can you
Queen-
give a check and then do the same thing?
You can. But queen g5 in either case will happen, practically speaking. Thing is, Vichy should not drop low on time, because if it gets close on time, I mean, I guess Vichy has no practice of bullet whatsoever. I guess that's not something he ever played in his life.
But okay. But
It's gone
he's
g5, knight h5. So good for white.
Now queen d4.
Offer queen
No.
exchanges, queen
Queen
e4,
d8,
queen
queen
d4.
d4.
Yeah.
But there's knight f4 there, yeah? I'm gonna have some counter. A little bit of counter.
Okay, he's
G6
going
is going for mate.
Wow, this is
FG,
bold stuff.
FG.
His king is safe.
Queen d8.
Queen d8 check.
But is it made though?
It is winning for
Magnus,
white.
not time,
Queen
not time,
e8,
not
you
time.
just take.
2 seconds. Make a
You
move.
just take and rook g6.
Oh yes, yes. Collect. Oh, Vichy, beast. Collect the pawn. Collect the pawn, please.
Okay.
Knight d3, king d2, king d3, coming out of the.
Okay, but knights are crafty pieces. I mean,
95,
95
rook
is
e6,
their
rook
knight.
e6. And 91, rook e6.
Oh.
Yes, and that's it. It's over.
Wow.
Whew.
Actually, it wasn't clear if instead of 95, king
Nice.
e3, computer says mistake. If
91, no?
knight b2.
91, and knight b2 even.
Yeah, it
Yeah, but
says
knight
it's-
b2 I will flag you probably. I will flag you.
Nah, it's still winning apparently, but very close.
Wow.
Only move rook a7.
What a beast, Vichy.
So much
Okay.
drama.
Yeah.
All right. We haven't talked about your game. It was
Yeah, but my miserable achievements, they fade in comparison. But tomorrow I do play Legendary Vichy Anand, and then I have a chance to,
Yeah.
an opportunity to, actually I'm really excited. I'm really happy to play Vichy on a high. I played him a lot, I haven't played him at his peak, at his first peak, but maybe I'm playing him at his, okay, I wouldn't even say second peak, he has many peaks, but at one of his peaks again, so that's going to be very exciting.
And we were curious about your opening. Was Rajabov just playing a slightly
Mix up
inferior
something?
version?
Yeah, like yesterday I realized it's day before yesterday already,
Yeah.
that there's such thing as move orders, and they're very important.
Yes.
So for this game, I have looked at move orders, and I knew that d6 allows d4. It's actually very pity, because he thinks he lost right away after d4, EDCD bishop b4, king f1, but he's very fortunate there, that actually this line holds after d5, only move, e5, knight e4, queen a4, and it's just such a pity that it doesn't work, because like, he doesn't know it, of course, and if it was something, but I think it's a forced roll, like a5, bishop c6, bc, queen c6, queen d7, queen a8, and it's very hard line. But then at some point you get, I think queen b5 first, maybe a king g1 castle, and then queen e2, and it was some perpetual, like some castle h3, I think, and some kind of perpetual was incoming. Or also queen is kind of trapped, maybe. Yeah. So queen a7, rook b8, a4 probably, yeah. Or no, wait, rook a8, a4. I have queen c6. But anyway, no, not a4.
No.
But
Knight
somewhere
A3,
there was
knight a3 and some draw.
knight a3, yes, correct.
takes
This
pawn.
is the perpetual. And I was just thinking that since he doesn't know it, it's a pity, because, but I also cannot really try it, because if he doesn't do this, it's lost, and he has like 1.5 hours, he'll probably find it at some point.
And Vachier-Lagrave in the building.
Yeah, let's not make Vachier-Lagrave wait. He's been waiting for 52 years for this great moment. Let's give him. Yeah, I was just.
We have to speed up. You're just much
I was,
better.
I was crushing, yes.
Okay, well, congratulations, Anish, and good luck in the rest of your games.
Congratulations to Vichy, yes. The best.
And we'll be joined by Vachier-Lagrave in the studio, who just beat Magnus Carlsen in the Armageddon game. And what a game! What a performance!
Just a sec. Congrats. If I may, somewhere in the pocket.
And if we to go through, we're going to start going through the game. So first, just wait while you're mic'd up. So it was quite an emotional day, I think. You know, how did you feel after the classical game?
Well, you know, I would have taken a victory in the Armageddon normally, but now it feels like a defeat. That's all I can say. It's the first game was so winning. I mean, with the pawn on b7, everything is paralyzed. Queen g4, queen a4. There must be so many ways, but I managed to blow it. And yeah.
We thought in the opening after this knight d2, I was surprised he went b5, because then black is just not in time. No, like I thought bishop f8 and it's not too bad.
I think it's quite important that he played h6. Because without h6, bishop d5, knight b8 would make sense. But with h6, I think it makes less sense, because I can come to f5 square. I can also put queen f3, g4 kind of thing, and that pawn on h6 is going to hurt him. I mean, it's too much to say that I saw it here, but later on when I got to knight d5 and knight d2, I realized that h6 was helpful for me. And no, I actually made a few good moves here. He went bishop d5. I wanted to take with the bishop so that I could get this knight thing. And I calculated this rook e2, so takes, and rook b1, rook b2, all I calculated. The only thing is, afterwards I saw that instead of whatever he played, queen d7, he could go knight c5, rook b4, rook a1, which is a bit irritating when you have you have something bobbing around there. But I guess b6 should work. b6, maybe bishop g5. No, bishop g5 I take and attack his queen, so maybe b6 or something. But here I'm less in control. I was surprised that he let me go with queen d7, because normally speaking this is just resigns. There must be wins here.
Bishop d8, b6 or some trick like that, but hard to say.
Yeah, well, but on the other hand, it's a queen b5, rook b4, and then bishop d8, b6 is the same theme. Yeah. So I don't know what he missed, and after bishop e3, yeah, if I get this move knight g3, and then it's basically curtains. All I have to do is to play b6, b7. And well, I saw the solution in the meantime. Queen g4 wins instead of this rook c6. I just miscalculated that queen d3, cd3, knight f5 I thought is winning, but anyway, queen g4. And it's over.
Yeah, queen g4.
Because I'm threatening to take on c4 and there's knight f5 coming. So it's just,
Yeah.
After that, I'm amazed I could play the Armageddon.
Yeah, here
I
computer
managed to
still
create
gives
some chances. I mean, it's very tough to beat Magnus in anything, but especially, needing to win with him is thing. But in the end, finally cut me a break, allowing this rook. But I mean, I don't even know if f3 and all are correct, but I have to do something.
Yeah.
I have to unbalance the position. So rook f3, rook king g4, knight f4, rook swinging back. Here I was happy because I saw this idea with knight h3. Yeah, it's too much to analyze it in depth, but he went king g7, then rook f5, rook h8, yeah, knight g5, rook h4. Even knight takes f7 came to mind. But king f7, g5, rook h8 seems like asking for thing. Also knight f3 came to mind. Yeah.
What do you mean after rook h4? No, but what you did is
it's fine.
is
Yeah.
crushing. Yeah, but
Knight
knight d5 is
d4.
still
What did
best.
he do? I know. I took on d5. Right?
Yeah, this is crushing.
Oh, it is.
Yeah.
Okay. That's, because after takes king f8, bishop f3, I wasn't sure this is the most practical way. But luckily, I have this rook e5 cutting it off.
Here, instead of bishop f3, machine wants queen g3, and it's just saying endgames are winning.
Okay. I didn't see queen g3 simply. But I was thinking bishop f7, but suddenly rook e1, king f2, rook h1, and I wasn't sure.
Yeah, this we looked at, but that's somehow black is in time. Even queen f4 takes rook h1, and black manages to annoy.
No, then I mean it looked horrible, so I brought the bishop back so that I would play with the first rook d5, second rook d2, at least keeps the game. And luckily, thanks to this a5, a6, I'm going to win endgames if we simplify it. So even queen d4 at some point, he went. I went king f2, he went rook h3, which was strange. I thought I was expecting rook h1, but in which case I go queen e3, and the endings are beautiful for me.
Yeah.
So, I could go queen d4 here.
Queen d4
g5 is actually irresponsible, given the needs of the position, because queen d4, my opponent would have played queen d4 without thinking. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, but I thought it was very brave.
Well, of course, I saw a cheapo knight f4, g7, or queen d8 and gf7, and I went for it. But not great. And then I was very happy because I saw that I'm getting his rook, and then he went back queen e8. I could go back queen d6 check, but by now it didn't make a thing. So now I'll take on a6. To be honest, if he plays knight b2, I don't know how it's winning. Yeah. But rook 8 and a7 seems like a good way to start.
Smart as I am with my engine, it says king e2 is even cleaner, so there's no check on c4, and then knight b2, rook a8, a6, just queens. But in the game is also.
But I thought knight f4 is repeating, but that only happens with g2. Here, of course, I go king
knight
e3.
f4, king e3. Yeah.
But on the other hand, king e3 provoked knight e5. So maybe
that worked out nicely.
Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, but I thought it was a very impressive game from both of you, actually, and the way that you came back. What did you tell yourself, actually, after that classical game, to get yourself in some kind of mindset for the Armageddon?
Honestly, there are no words. I didn't. I brought my computer. I didn't bother even switching it on. Because I thought I was going to quickly check something for the Armageddon, but after this game, I just sat there like a zombie.
Oh no.
So,
but it worked. It gave you some rest and a good fighting game because, of course, it was Armageddon. So,
well, yeah, obviously having to win. Nice. I'll take the half point. I already blew it against Wesley, so it's a pity. It would have been a pity to do it again. But
so you beat Magnus, and it's still a disappointing day for you. Sorry, but thank you so much for joining us, and also Vishyana, as you can see, taking the lead in this tournament now. Yeah. Thanks so much, Vish.
Yeah.
And thank you very much for joining us in the studio. And I'd like to thank everyone at home for watching the show. And as always, for joining in and, and having great fun with the action. And as always, we will see you tomorrow at 5 p.m. ready for some more incredible fighting chess. Good night.